It's my shot. Got this. Hope I get to go. I've prepared for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
All right, just about to get underway. Matt Savage here, the Executive Tour Director of the World Poker Tour, alongside Tyler Patterson, who is an ambassador and professional poker player here at Thunder Valley. Tyler, it's been a great couple weeks here at Thunder Valley. How's it going?
It's great. I've actually been here since March 1st. I played a whole bunch of tournaments and hung out with some family. It's been a nice series.
Yeah, absolutely. We're down to the final 6 here. And starting in seat number 1, we have Harvey Castro with 6.6 million. David Ha in the 2 seat with 4,075,000. Sean Daniels, 2,425,000. Paul Richardson, 2.5 million. Eric Afriat, his 10th WPT final table. And 3 titles already, 3,125,000, and a local player named Benjamin Primus is in seat 6 with 1,325,000. Now, Tyler, you played in this event, and you know a lot of the players at this table. What do you think?
Yeah, I actually know almost all of them. I think it's really cool that Eric is going for record 4th WPT title. I guess he would tie only Darren Elias if he does that. Benjamin Primus is a local guy, plays a lot of cash in the area, also plays all the tournaments, and he's a crusher. Paul Richardson there looking like Bane with the mask. He is also a local crusher. And I know Sean Daniels is a Vegas guy and also here. And yeah, I mean, Harvey Castro is the only one I don't know, but it definitely looks like a professional poker player. I think he has some serious results. He has a ring for $275K.
Yeah, and we're underway with the first hand here. Eric with King 6 suited, raises to 250,000. And the action is to David Ha with 7-5. Now, David Ha is a guy I've known for over 20 years.
I heard you saying that. Must be a San Jose guy.
Bay 101. He's from San Jose. Mostly a cash game player, but he says he really has the itch to play more poker tournaments. And so he came up here just for that, and now he's at the final table. Started the day yesterday really short stacked, so it's nice to see David here at this final table. And Sean now has King 10. And Sean lets it go. Now Paul with Ace 5. He's in the big blind.
I assume Paul will defend here. I like Eric's open with King 6 suited. A lot of guys would pass that, but under the gun 6-handed, it's definitely a good open. Wow.
Paul's moved all in with Ace 5.
Going for it.
Very first hand here at the final table.
Nice read from Paul, knowing that Eric's wide enough that he might get this Ace 5 through in the first hand.
Eric, he doesn't like people raising him.
No, he doesn't. He's got a great table presence.
Yes.
Likes to talk a lot at the table, get some information that way.
Absolutely.
His results in the World Poker Tour are unbelievable.
Yeah, 10 final tables, 3 wins, I believe 2 second-place finishes as well, and his 3rd final table in the last 12 months. That's quite an accomplishment.
Just incredible. Is 10 final tables the most?
I believe Darren probably still has more, but it's got to
Okay.
be very close to the lead. All right, Harvey here with 10-4. David with the worst hand in poker, the 7 deuce. Five, 3 for Sean. Paul with queen 9.
$28 big blinds. I think this is too much to shove. I would imagine he just calls, but he might just try to steal it. Just go for a little raise. Whoa, I don't like that, Paul. What? Nice fold, Paul.
Eric gets the walk with ace 10.
Way better. Mine was better.
Guess he just assumed it was an awkward stack to play. Queen 9 off just goes into the muck.
No more showing. Don't ask me to show cards anymore.
You've always had your A game.
No,
Maybe you got your A+ game.
no more credits. They're all credited or not.
Matt, what did you get up to while you were out here? I played golf a few times. I didn't see you out there.
Yeah, just been busy, you know, running these events. I came for the last weekend for the Million Guarantee, and back in this weekend for this tournament. Didn't have much of a chance to play, so I was basically working, you know, 14-hour days, and getting rest for the next one. But there's always golf when I get back to Las Vegas, which I'll be doing some of this weekend. All right. Now Paul does raise to 250 with king deuce of clubs. Eric now with 10-5 of clubs lets it go. And Ben Primus, who has no chop on his hat.
And he's going to let that one go also. Nice little pickup for Paul.
Can I get a black coffee, please?
Looked like Sean had a little rail out there before we came in. Maybe his parents or something?
Yeah.
Some family out there?
He's local, so I didn't actually know that he was local here. Or at least his family is local.
What do you think that tattoo's about?
Not quite sure. I think I've ever seen that before.
Looks very Illuminati. It's always interesting to see players get used to being at the final table. It's like a different sized rail for the cameras, and you have the time chips. There's all sorts of just new wrinkles you're not comfortable with, which makes players uncomfortable if they haven't been at final tables. So that'll be a slight edge for Eric since he's been at so many. He's real comfortable there, and you can just tell. Just by the way he's sitting and acting, you can tell he's comfortable.
Yeah, I interviewed the players before the table today. All seemed a little nervous, except for Eric. He seemed pretty comfortable and confident going in, and Paul as well. I thought that Paul had a real good presence. Of course, he is 6'10", so I had to lift my arm in the air to put the mic in his face, but he always a nice guy. Oh, Ben's moved all in with king 8 offsuit.
Blind versus blind. Oh, he runs into it.
Harvey makes a quick call here with ace king, and Ben Primus is at risk here, all in for $1,125,000 as Harvey looks to extend his chip lead here early on this final table.
Ben was the shortest coming in, so he kind of knew this was coming pretty quick.
And our dealer will put up the first 3 cards. It is a king, a queen, and a 6. Both players flopping a pair of kings. Ben has 3 outs here with 3 8s. Ben Primus needing help here. A 5 of hearts on the turn. And we could have our first elimination here, Tyler. It's 4 of diamonds, and Ben is out.
Still a pretty nice result for Ben, getting 6th place in this tournament. How much we have? 404 players, so 6th place is pretty solid.
Yes. He will take home, I think $50,000. So a nice week there, $53,000 for Ben Primus. And we're up to $69,000 for 5th place. Next player eliminated. None of them want it. They all want that first place prize of $257,600, which includes a seat to the WPT World Championship at Wynn Las Vegas.
Speaking of that World Championship, we had Scott Stewart out here this trip. And we had a little celebration dinner in High Stakes Restaurant here for his WPT win, which was really nice.
For sure, it was cool. Had the tomahawks out for that.
Ben Irwin always takes good care of us in High Stakes. It was really nice to throw a party for Stu.
Yeah. One of the things they do here is also a Champions Club dinner. We had that as well, the night of day 1 of the championship event.
We have 18 champions in the field, is that right?
Yeah, I believe that was the number.
That was real nice. Little St. Patrick's Day themed dinner. We had some green squab. It was lovely. Shepherd's pie.
I think it says 69. I was just trying to look.
And the whiskey, what was it called?
Yeah, the Jack Daniel whiskey pairing.
Pairing, yep.
Jack Daniels took care of us, too. That was really sweet.
All right, Sean here with 8 deuce. We'll let that go. Paul with King 7 of diamonds.
4 of hearts. Paul is going to win this hand. Let's hear it for our 5th place finisher, David Hodge, going to be eliminated in 5th place.
Paul lets the King 7 suited go. Open the King Deuce suited on the button, but in the cutoff he lets the King 7 suited go. Paul's playing pretty snug so far.
Eric raises to $250,000 with the 6s.
In his player bio, Paul did call himself a nit. He said he is tight, aggressive, and nitty. And I've never thought of him as nitty. I think he's a very tough player, but he has made some tight folds already today.
Eric does take that one down with 2 6s.
I'll ask every time.
A nice shot of Justin Hammer, the tournament director, in the foreground here.
Yeah, that's pretty wild how that happens.
Pretty talkative table here. I like that. I like to see a little table talk.
Yeah, the vibe's loose right now. It's nice.
People don't actually realize that table talk is allowed, encouraged. Just can't disclose the contents of your hand. I go back and forth with people on that all the time, not understanding that it is allowed to talk at the table. These players are using the action clock, Tyler. They have 30 seconds pre and post flop. Earlier in the tournament, they had 15 and 30, and then it went to 20 and 30 yesterday. So they are used to it by this point, and these players are pretty fast, which I like.
Yeah, I really like the action clock for near the bubble and for all the pay jumps. I'm not sure it's necessary at the final table. I think maybe there's a good reason to just get rid of the clock altogether at the final table because there's no stalling anymore. It's just added pressure, which I guess added pressure is cool.
Completely disagree.
Okay.
You'll see that there's a lot of spots that they actually come into play here and actually makes a little more action is always good in my opinion, and I think that some points it is necessary. All right, a raise to $250,000 by Sean with queens. David makes the call with 10-7. And the flop comes King 8 deuce, 2 spades. David does have the 7 of spades in his hand. But queens way out in front for Sean Daniels.
Bet 125.
This bet is probably just going to end this pot. It's a very small bet, so maybe not. Oh, David's getting after it.
400,000.
David raises to $400,000.
Jeez, this is a tough spot for Sean. Nice play, David. Actually, is a pretty cool hand to do it with. You have backdoor spades, backdoor straight draws, so the turn card could give him some outs to keep being aggressive.
And Sean does make the call. turn is that 9 that does give him the up and down straight
Oh,
draw.
that was a great spot to keep blasting David, but now he's just going to try to make a straight instead. He checks it over to Sean. Now, does Sean bet to deny equity from hands like 10-7 or a flush draw? Or does he just check his queens down? Looks like he's going to bet. That's real small. It's not going to deny any equity. Any draws are definitely going to call. At least call. He does only have 1.4 million behind, and David has 3.2. We could see an all-in here, but no, just calls.
Five on the river. That will not help David at all. And Sean now.
Wow.
This is a weird.
Spicy bet from David here. He's taking a really interesting line. This would be a real tough spot for Sean Queens. 400,000. It's not that big a bet in relationship to the pot, but it is a third of Sean's stack almost. So it's really uncomfortable for Sean.
And you see the action clock count of 10 seconds.
It looks like Sean has a lot less time chips than David.
Yeah, Sean has definitely used more of them than anybody else. There's no doubt about that. And David, like I said, is a big cash game player, so he's used to playing pretty quickly. When you're paying rake, you want to play faster.
Sure. Man, I really like this spot. This is a really wild line from David, and Sean is just in the bin, as they say. He uses a time chip.
A second time chip now, which means he's...
Is he down to 1, or is that 2 there? Can't quite tell. What a rough spot. Can he put the cape on? He does. What a call from Sean.
Queens. Wow. So Queens win this pot. 1.3 million win right there for Sean Daniels.
I think David's only chance to win that pot was to jam the turn. Not sure that would have done it either, though.
How about a bet on the turn there?
Yeah, just a bet would have been fine, but the pot was so big compared to Sean's stack that it probably would have been all in if he did bet.
So great call by Sean Daniels there with the queens on the king high flop.
Really spicy play from David, though. I really like that. Put Sean in a really tough spot. That pot moves Sean up to second or third now.
See all of those time chips in front of Eric Offriat. He's used very few throughout. But see, they came in handy right there for Sean.
I mean, yeah.
A raise to 25 by Harvey.
A lot of pressure, just added pressure, which I think is cool. I do like the added pressure. I don't, no one's stalling anymore, so I don't know if they're necessary.
Like any more in poker or any more?
No. I mean at the final table.
Okay.
That there's no reason to stall anymore. So I don't think they're necessary, but I do like the added pressure. Harvey raises the cutoff with the ace-7 offsuit, and Paul is in the big blind with 8-9 off. He could defend this. He's been so snug so far that he might not. Wow, he does just lay it down.
Harvey's had some big scores, you said. He plays a lot in Texas. The Texas scene is growing, as you know, and definitely had some success out there.
Yeah, he won a World Series circuit ring for $275,000, and he has 2 second places also. He's only 23 years old, so he's gonna be kind of new to it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely the youngest player at the table.
He talked about this being kind of a big step in his career, which is cool. And he really wants to get his name on that Mike Sexton Champions Cup. Ace King here for Harvey now. Raises it to 225.
Love that you guys have immortalized Mike Sexton on that cup.
Yeah, absolutely. Still think about him often. And Sean here with Queen 6. He'll let that go. Paul folds 10 deuce. And Eric with Queen 8 also lets it go. So Harvey will take this one down. Harvey now up to 8.2 million. 20 million chips in play.
Extending his chip lead.
Yeah. He's up to 40% of the chips in play.
I also think about Mike Sexton a lot. On the golf course, some one-liners here and there.
Yeah. Absolutely.
You give Tiger Woods a bucket of balls, he couldn't hit that shot.
All right, David has Jack 7. He folds. Eric now with 10-4, lets it go. Harvey gets a walk here with the 9-8.
They have come in handy for sure. Usually those touch and credits like I have. Usually don't bring in more. I can't complain either.
7, 10, 6, 2 clubs.
Yeah, that's nice.
I get the feeling David Haw has been robbing me for years after seeing that hand. I just assume he would have had it.
Yeah. Like I said, he's been a cash player for a long time. He used to play back when we only had limit hold'em at Bay 101 and in the Bay Area, so it's been a long time.
It's still kind of a mecca for limit hold'em.
Yes, it is.
Going down there next week, I'll get my limit hold'em shoes on.
Yeah, we're excited. The Shooting Stars coming back in October. Talked to a few players, including yourself, about being Shooting Stars this week.
Hey, no one talked to me about that. Maybe I can be the deuce of clubs on the deck again.
Harvey now with another big hand here, ace-king suited, raises to 350. And David in the big blind with 8-3 of clubs. He's going to play this hand.
Sure, it's suited, in position, small raise, fine. I mean, I guess it's not a small raise, but.
Flop is a king, a 4, and a 9. 2 hearts. Neither player with a heart in their hand, and Harvey flops top pair, top kicker.
Pretty nice for Harvey getting dealt ace-king in like 20% of the hands dealt so far.
Yeah. And he's going to win this pot by betting 200,000, I believe.
Jeez, I mean, I wouldn't predict anything. David might just raise him.
He does not. Harvey wins this pot.
You always win my big blind. You should have raised. Never stopped you before. Today we're going to find out if it's true if you've really never bluffed in a decade. No, he's never shown a bluff. You said never bluffed, buddy.
I listen to everything
Of
this guy
course
says.
you've never shown one.
He never showed. He did.
You
never
only
showed.
build credit, you never destroy it.
I haven't showed a bluff.
That's right.
It's not even.
Paul now with 7 deuce of clubs.
That's a nice poker room. Played the nothing.
Fold from Eric. Harvey folds.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. Right. You don't need to.
Ace king plus.
aggressive.
And David with 9-3 this time says he will not be aggressive, but he does call. And now Sean with kings
Oh my goodness.
in the big blind.
Let's see if David tries to get him off this one too.
Wow. David's right there with him.
All right. David will not be pushed around.
The flop is a 9, a 5, and a deuce. And David in trouble here as flopping top pair.
This definitely spells trouble for David. And with only 1.9 million, it's going to be real tough for him to get away from this pot. It's at least calling. Looks like he's picking up raising chips.
He does raise to 425.
Does Sean try to keep him in here or possibly just try to end it? If he's raising with any value, he might just put it in, so.
Makes the call. Turn card's a king. And that may be a good card here for David as he does check it. And Sean with top set here.
The pot is already 1.5 million and David has 1.5 million in his stack, so Sean could just check this back because he might be able to get it all in the river.
Bet. 350.
That's 350 and David with a quick call behind. And river card is an ace.
Could save David.
Check.
I did think that about the king as well.
It's tough though with only 1.1 million left and 2.1 in the pot. I'm quite sure Sean's just going all in. Don't know if David's going to be able to get away. The king and the ace are such good bluff cards for Sean that it might, you know, there's some alert flags going on to David. He did
David
fold.
mocks it, just thinking, what did I do here? How did I get involved in this hand? And Sean Daniels wins a big pot here.
Good fold there. He could have been a hero because those cards are so good for Sean to bluff.
I don't think so.
Sean Daniels has moved up into second place in chips with 4.6 million. Eric Offriott in third, 2.875. And David, the short stack, with 1.1 million. Paul Richardson still hanging around. Blinds are up now, 50 and 100,000. Actually, I think that's what we started at today. So 50 minutes left in this level when we started the day. Eric with queen 8.
We have 90-minute levels in the last day?
No, this is 60-minute levels.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All the way through, huh?
Yeah. And Harvey, 6 deuce. He folds. David.
Sean in the small blind may just select the call. He might go for a raise.
Raise 250.
He does raise it to 250. Paul with a small pair of threes here.
I expect
in the
Paul
big
to
blind.
put this all in. There's a lot of chips though, and there's ICM to consider with David being short. Paul could be thinking about laddering up instead of just putting it all in.
All in.
And he does move all in.
I like that play.
Sean says, whatever, Paul.
It was funny when he did it to you. I hate it now.
Nice play by Paul there. Not just trying to ladder up. He wants to win the tournament. The tight folds earlier, I was thinking maybe he had laddering up in mind, but that play was solid and indicative of someone who's going for it.
Harvey folds 9-4. David with Jack 3. David seems a little impatient today. I'm not quite sure why. Might lead to his demise.
Yeah, impatience, one word. Maybe he's just going for it. You know, he's trying to run it over, even though he didn't have all the chips.
Sean here with ace 9 of clubs.
Raise 200.
A raise 200,000. Paul now with king 7 of hearts.
Paul now has 30 big blinds. It's kind of a lot. It's too much to shove. Considering just calling.
10-second count. And he will fold. Eric now with queen deuce of clubs. Lets it go.
My credit's still good, buddy.
And Sean shows the best hand there. Sean, you said he's a golfer, huh?
Yeah, I've never played golf with him, but we've talked about it a few times, and I think he's a pretty good golfer, actually.
Tiring already?
He wrote golf down as a hobby on his bio too. You see Nathan, the dealer here. One of the things I love about Thunder Valley is they get these traveling dealers to come in that are excellent. I'm not sure how they hand-pick them or whatever, but the dealing they get it for the extra dealers they need for the tournaments are fantastic.
For sure.
And calling all you guys in is nice, too. Getting you and Jordan Cutter and Justin Hammer.
Totally agree. Sean here with 6s now. Makes a raise to 200,000. Paul lets queen 4 go. Eric with king 8.
I was a little surprised to see Eric fold the queen deuce suited in the big blind for just a min raise last hand. Very defendable
Yeah, very
hand.
quick, very quickly too.
Yeah.
Harvey lets it go. Sean takes down another one here. Moving up the board, Sean is.
I like the aesthetic. Was that a Warp Tour shirt? It's a it's a band shirt that is very bright.
I'm not sure what band it is though.
Me neither. I think I saw Warp Tour somewhere on there.
I don't know.
You ever been to Warp Tour, Matt?
I have. It used to be called the Vans Warp Tour when I used to go to it.
I think it still is. Yeah, I think band still
Yeah.
sponsors it.
Way back in the day. Upcoming series for us, we're going to the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida. I'll be out there for the championship event, 3,500. Always very well attended. Always over 1,000 entries for that one. Sean now with ace jack, getting some very playable hands here at this final table.
And the players may be thinking Sean, now that he has chips, is just pushing his weight around. 3 hands in a row.
Race to 200,000. David now with 3 tray deuce, making the call.
All right.
The flop is ace deuce 5. David now with a pair of deuces and a straight draw, and Sean with the ace jack.
It spells trouble for David. He
Once again,
definitely can't fold. He's short enough to just rip it in right here, but that's going to be a bad spot for him if he does.
down to 800,000. Just makes the call.
If it is such a small bet, he does need to just realize equity by calling.
Now a 6. David checks.
David with 700K behind, and there's 750 in the pot. I would expect Sean to just shove, but he might try to string him along a little bit more.
All in.
That's a real tough spot for David. He does have a lot of equity in the pot. It's possible it's the best hand. Good fold. Very good fold from David there. If you're defending the deuce 3 off and you get that flop, it's like go to town. Like why do you play in that hand if you're not going with it on that flop?
Yep.
But he got away. Credit to David for getting away there. I love that this tournament is always over St. Patrick's Day and March Madness.
Yes. A lot of things happening with March Madness, people filling out brackets. We're playing Savage Madness.
You gonna plug that tournament structure you invented?
Yeah, not yet. Waiting for the app to come out first. All right, Harvey now with 9 deuce of clubs. He's going to raise it to 225 with 9 deuce on the button. David now at 5 deuce. He lets it go.
So fun dynamic between Harvey and Sean now being 1-2 in chips.
Sean's going to at least call here, right, Tyler?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, could certainly see a 3-bet, but it's a little scary being second in chips, being up against the chip leader. He's the only guy that can bust you.
The flop is an ace, king, and 3. Sean checks it.
Imagine Harvey's going to bet here. He's the opener. He has almost no other chance to win. Oh, he's going to check it.
Turn card's a 3rd heart. Either player with a heart in their hand. Sean checks.
Picking up the gut shot here. I imagine the delayed C bet. Harvey's got to bet this one.
Bet 250.
And he does bet 250.
Is probably not going to win the hand. I think Sean's going to at least call. There's a lot of rivers that could be real tough for Sean if Harvey decides to keep betting.
The river card is a 10.
Check.
Sean checks it again.
And with absolutely no chance to win if he checks, does Harvey decide to continue bluffing now?
Definitely could shut it down here, but if he goes big.
Could win the pot if he goes big, but Sean does block a straight. I know blockers aren't real, but he has a queen.
And he does check it. And Sean's going to be happy to turn this card over and see the result. His kings are good. Sean now up to 5.9 million.
Probably a good give up from Harvey there. It would have had to be real big to get him off the king.
You need Matt here. Remember you said the Florida story? You need Matt? Remember yesterday you were talking about how once he left the room for half an hour.
Eric's telling the story, told the story yesterday that I was commentating out in Jacksonville, and as soon as I left the commentary booth, he said he was watching it later. He said, I left the commentary booth for just a few minutes, and he busted. So I said, I'm locked in today. I have to stay back here all day.
Wow. You're Eric's lucky charm. That does make sense, actually.
Yeah.
You played golf with him a couple times, I think.
I have. He's a very nice guy on the golf course. David's all in with Jack 10. Paul now with a 7.
In the big blind, and it's only 6.5 big blinds. I would expect Paul to call. He's not going to love it because it is a sizable portion of his stack, but too good a price and you have an ace, I think he's got to make the call. He's really thinking about it. He doesn't love it.
And he makes a call.
All right, he does call.
David Ha all in and at risk with Jack 10 offsuit up against ace 7 for Paul.
Not a bad spot for David at all. It's still 44% here.
Jack 10 versus ace 7.
Pausing for dramatic effect.
Flop is 9-9 deuce. 2 clubs. Paul has the ace of clubs also. He's in the lead with his ace high, 73% to win this pot.
You see his outs are the jacks and 10s. He does have a backdoor straight draw as well there. Comes in the straight draw, and now he's got a lot more outs.
13's out. 13 outs, 29% to come from behind here. Stay in the tournament. David Ha all in. Still has almost all of his time chips. And he's going to not need them if it does not come one of these 13 cards that you see on the board.
That's a lot of cards, 13 cards. There's only, I don't know, 44 or something left in the deck.
And here it is. It's a 4 of hearts. That's not going to do it. We're going to lose David Ha. He is our 5th place finisher.
It was a great result for David Ha. Was that 60-something thousand he got there?
Yeah.
A quick trip up from San Jose.
Is that the first time you're rooting for me?
I wasn't rooting for you there either.
Sean Daniels. That's great. Sean Daniels not rooting for Paul Richardson, he says, at any point. Eric Goffrey now becomes a short stack. Harvey Castro still up top, 80 big blinds, 40% of the chips in play with 7.95 million. David Ha takes home 69,000 for his short week of work, and next up 91,000. First place 257,000, which includes that seat to the WPT World Championship Win Las Vegas, where you can win millions more. We had our WPT World Champion here this week, Scott Stewart.
Raise 225.
Became a fixture of the Thunder Valley Casino. We're happy to have him here.
Yeah, he lives in LA, so he comes up here. I mean, he had been coming up here even before he was the world champion, most of these events.
All right, Harvey's raised to 225. Blind still 50 and 100,000. Eric now with ace 8.
Eric shows 10-6 for 2 pair.
Eric is at least going to call here. He might even 3-bet. 3-betting is tough when you only have 24 big blinds. It could be a complete shove, but a little rough against the chip leader. Oh my goodness, it looks like he's folding. Wow. Maybe I need to learn something from Eric. I mean, his results speak for themselves, so he knows what he's doing. Folding ace 8 there in the big blind, Matt. That's a big fold. Maybe he's a big physical read guy like Phil Hellmuth. He was just staring at Harvey and knew Harvey had it. And he only had 5s, but he kind of had it. Paul with the king of diamonds, 10 of hearts on the button. I'd assume he will open this hand.
All raises 250,000 on the button.
Eric folds a queen 7 suited in the small blind. I don't think Harvey's going to fold in the big blind here. It is a sizable raise, being 2.5x the big blind and not just 2. I still think Harvey's going to peel, but he does not. Man, I must be too loose in the big blind. I got to learn something from these guys.
Could be why Tyler's sitting in here today.
Exactly.
But,
I played basically every event since March 1st. And I only had one cash, so I think maybe I need to tighten up my big blind play.
too much fun to be had here in Thunder Valley.
It is really nice. There's golf to be played. We were less than an hour, or about an hour from ski slopes. We actually went skiing while we were out here.
Wow.
Me, Ben Irwin, the tournament director, Darren Rabinowitz, and Jordan Cutter took a day off to go skiing. And we're back by 3 o'clock for the tournament.
That's amazing.
5 o'clock for the tournament. I called Ben the tournament director. He is the
Director
of poker operations, which he was nominated for best of that.
Yes.
In the GPI awards.
That's correct. That's a category that I said needed to be added to the GPI. They do a great award show, which you attended this year. And Ben fell a little short to Ryan Beauregard, who is a well-deserving director of poker. And call of 100,000. Flop is ace 9-3. Harvey in the lead with his queen jack.
Which blind versus blind may have enough showdown value to check call instead of bluffing. He does check.
Sean does have a backdoor straight draw and a backdoor flush draw. And he checks it. You like that check there?
I would usually probably bet the queen deuce in that spot.
And here comes that gut shot straight draw for Sean. Even though queen jack still in the lead for Harvey.
I mean, Sean, having queen high, it rates to be the best hand probably. So maybe he thinks he has enough showdown value to just try to check it and get to the river. Now with a straight draw, might get other queen highs and even king highs to fold. He's definitely not going to get a pair to fold, but there's still a lot of hands that are slightly better than his that would fold if he bets.
Bet 125.
It's an interesting spot for Harvey. Queen jack high could be good, but having to face, it's a small bet. He could call here, but he might face another bet on the river, and he won't be able to fade that, so he just folds now. Nice pot for Sean, actually. And small, it's just the blind versus blind, but it's a nice pickup with queen high.
They're so spread out. Imagine them right there. Yeah, it's so silly, right?
Sometimes if you wait to the turn, your hand becomes a little more credible when you bluff, so might have been a good play for him to check back and bluff the turn instead. Eric with 10-8 suited in the cutoff, which is also under the gun, since they are only playing four-handed now.
225.
Sean in the small blind, ace-6 offsuit's a tough hand to play. He lets it go. Four-handed, it's still likely the best, but Eric is kind of a tight opener. And deuce 3 suited for Paul in the big blind. He's definitely considering raising, considering calling. May end up folding, however.
It's right there.
And he lets it go.
Eric gets this one through with 10-8 suited. Eric, you've played with him a lot. Does he like to get involved in a lot of hands, or what kind of player would you say he is?
When he has a lot of chips, yeah. Early in tournaments, he definitely plays a lot of hands. He's been snug so far at this table. He's real tough. He doesn't like to give up pots, that's for sure, once he's involved. He's one of those guys that's he's got some mood swings, you know? Which, I mean, plays a lot of hands sometimes, plays very snug at other times. And
I say he doesn't like to lose hands. He doesn't like it. And he's willing to tell you that.
Definitely. He is the sweetest guy in the world most of the time. How about on the golf course? Does he keep it together and
He
hits a bad
does. He's
shot,
actually
throw clubs and
very,
stuff?
very friendly and nice guy, and happy to pay you money on the golf course.
Oh,
which is
that's why
interesting.
you like to play golf with him.
No,
I
that's
understand.
not true.
Oh, a good shot of the TV poker dude. The logo on the felt. A lot of people say that looks like Dan Ross. What do you think about that?
It is. Yeah, Dan Ross, kind of our mascot here at the Thunder Valley.
What's his title? Like Director of Media Operations or something?
Yeah, he's in charge of the media operations. He actually is a badge employee. Here's a queen 5 versus a queen 5, potentially. In the small blind versus small blind, Eric with the call to 100,000. Harvey does check his queen 5. I always like to see these hands that are the same, see how they play out, see who plays it differently and who plays it better. This time, however, Eric has a 4 to a flush and is going to bet 100,000, and that'll get it through. That'll get done.
Without the flush draw, I think Harvey having more chips and being in position, I think it's easier for him to win the pot. But with the flush draw, Eric, nice, easy pickup. It's very easy to bet when you fall the flush draw. Paul with 10-5 suited has got to let it go under the gun. Eric with 6-3 off, so it looks like he's thinking about getting up to something, but I imagine he's probably going to fold.
Okay, thank you. Okay, appreciate it.
Harvey announces all in.
Harvey has king, queen off in the small blind. Could limp call, could also raise. Imagine he'll probably raise.
Raise. 350.
He does raise to 350.
3.5 big blinds and king high in the big blind. Sean could defend this. Could also 3-bet it. But folding is also an option. It's just not a very easy hand to play. He is in position with king high blind versus blind 4-handed. The 3.5 big blinds is kind of a lot. Goes with a 3-bet to 1 million.
Sean re-raises out of the big blind to 1 million.
Wow.
This is using the blocker. Just Harvey's going to have a lot less kings in his hand. He happens to have a king. Wow, this is real tough for Harvey now. He's got too good a hand to fold. Could actually blast all in. I would put Sean in a really bad spot, but that's a lot of chips to risk at this point.
Using one of his time extensions.
He has 48 big blinds. Not going to want to get it all in. However, Sean would be risking a huge ICM to call it all in.
You talked about this earlier, about him wanting to go to battle with the 2 chip leaders, and he did it. He made this raise to 1 million.
There isn't anybody very short right now. The other two, the shorter stacks, they still have over 20 big blinds. So, wow. That's a big fold and a great play from Sean. Jeez.
Very nicely done.
That's going to be frustrating for Harvey for a while. He will get to see this in 30 minutes if he has someone watching for him.
Thank you. Yeah, she's the best. I'm very fortunate.
There's the chip stacks there. Harvey has 74 big blinds, Sean 62. Paul Richardson 39 and Eric Afriat 26. Matt, we might be in for a long one today. That's a lot of big blinds up there.
She's always been very supportive. Very, very fortunate.
We'll see how it goes. I mean, we did start at 11 a.m. local time, so
Probably, yeah.
decent chance to make our 5 o'clock dinner reservation.
I would bet against that.
You got it.
There's too many chips in play.
Structure is very good here. These guys got 225 raised with the ace-8. Sean now with queen-6.
Speaking of the great structure, how did your Savage average go?
It's going on right now.
It's still going.
Day 2 is going on right now. These guys played a lot, I'd say, more patient than they did the first year. I think the first year when Ben Ludlow won it, it got down to, it played about 13 hours. I think they might play a little bit longer today. They're into day 2 now.
Ben Ludlow is dead to me. He is not here this week. So,
Ben, if you're listening to that now, you just got a shout out.
nice little graphic with our names on the screen there, Matt.
I like it.
If you guys watching at home want to interact with us, hit us up on Twitter at Tyler Poker here and at Savage Poker, right?
Well, you stole my handle, so yes. I had it long before you. I remember talking to you about it, and you stole it. Tyler Poker. Or Savage Poker first.
Right. You invented poker. Like I can't use the word poker.
Nice job, Tyler. All right, Paul's with the race. It's to 350,000 with queen-8.
I can see you trying to trademark the word poker. That does seem on brand for you.
Paul will win this with the queen-8.
All right, open it up a little bit. Now he has a lot more chips. I mean, he has 40 big blinds, so Paul is opening up a little wider. My goodness, what are we betting on this 5 o'clock thing? There's no way this thing's over at 5 o'clock. They all have a billion chips.
75, 125 are the new blinds. Right on time. Sean now with queen-9 of spades. Testing out the new blind level. And he'll put out a bet to 250. Paul now with king-4 of spades. Lets it go. Eric 7-5 in the small blind. Thinking about it for a second, but then decides to let it go, and Harvey right behind him with the 7-5. Will also let it go, and Sean Daniels picks up another one up to 6.5 million.
Okay, Matt, we're going to bet one golf round, one green fee on 5 o'clock as the over-under. I have over.
You have what?
I have over 5 o'clock. You have under 5 o'clock for one green fee.
That's a big bet. That's me laying you odds.
It doesn't have to be at your fancy club. We could play Rio Hondo.
Oh. Paul,
Oh, yeah,
lets it
Richie,
go.
You were right there and just missed your button? Jeez.
What happened there? Eric just walked away on his button?
That's what it looked like. I was kind of wondering myself what
Jeez.
happened there.
Just overflowing confidence to just walk away on your button.
Not sure that's what happened. We'll
Okay.
have to run that back. Run back the tape here. Harvey raises to 425 with queen 8 from the small blind.
And Sean folds the 10-7. Doesn't have the blocker to bluff with this time. Doesn't have a good enough hand to peel in position, so he just lets it go. Harvey from Texas. Poker's kind of booming in Texas right
Yeah,
now. I've
sure
never
is.
played poker in Texas.
Yeah, either have I. Never even been in a Texas poker room, but I will at some point very soon.
I mean, I've hung out in Dallas for you guys have a WPT at Choctaw, right? You did at some point.
Yeah, Club Gold is now has Code Doug as our, one of our ambassadors. He's running a challenge there, so I have to get down there at some point. Eric folds a 10-3. Harvey now with 5-4 suited. On the button.
Raise.
And he raises to 275. Sean quickly folds queen 6 suited. And Paul with king 3.
Yeah, I've seen Doug blasting off in these cash games, so maybe I need to jump in that WPT Gold.
You should. All right, 5-15. You got me.
Jeez. You're just such a chiseler.
Yeah,
You
I got
set
it.
the line at 5 already.
Can't take the first offer.
5-15, you got it.
I have the under.
Okay. But since you upped it, we are doing our clubs now.
Wow.
All right, after
You see the updated chip counts, yep.
after the blinds went up, they did get a little bit shorter, but still 20 big blinds for Afriat being the smallest, so no one is in the danger zone yet.
And as you said, nobody's really blasting away here. Fairly snug on this.
David Hall went for it for a little bit.
Yes.
And Sean Daniels with a big 3-bet with the King 7. So there's been a little bit of action. Sean opens the Queen 7 off on the button, and Paul with the 9-7 suited in the small blind. It's tough to play out of position, and he does just let it go. Oh, Eric with the Kings in the big blind. Is he going to elect a trap? Oh, he is. He just calls. Here we go. Now we're seeing how Eric does it all the time.
You do get some insight watching these live streams. And the flop is Jack 10-8. Eric continues to play this very slow and checks it. Sean now with a straight draw.
Bet 350.
Bets 350.
This is a wet board, as they say. Lots of
Yes.
draws are there. Let's see if Eric continues to play it slow, or if he tries to deny equity from a hand like Queen 7, or...
Raise. All in.
He's moved all in.
And that is going to end the pot, which is actually pretty nice for Eric now. There's a lot of scary cards that could come. Not a big pot with the Kings. We got one more bet out of Sean by just calling.
show for credibility.
No, that was me.
And you don't show for bluffs. Suspicious.
Yeah, Sean and Israel are going to have to wait 30 minutes to find out what Eric had there. But when they do,
I wasn't stealing. Oh, yeah.
Sean's continuing the bluff now after saying I wasn't stealing. He was absolutely stealing.
325.
Raise 325.
Paul makes it 325 from the button.
325 from the King of Diamonds, Queen of Spades for Paul. And Eric with ace jack off in the small blind. Awkward stack to play with 25 big blinds. Probably doesn't want to be all in. Calling is okay. You can keep some worse hands in.
Eric re-raises, makes it 750,000 out of the small.
He 3-bets very small to 300 to 750. Paul could just jam all in here. He could also call. That 3-bet is very small. If he jams all in, I think Eric's going to fold. Can't imagine Paul folds this here.
10 seconds, Paul.
use time extension.
Paul's a pretty methodical player usually. He takes his time throughout the tournament. Probably gonna have to use another time extension here. Really interesting spot. He raised to 325 and Eric 3-bet to only 750. That's very small.
I think he's going to fold here, Tyler.
Eric is a bit animated here. We got a little touch of the face. We got the lip biting going on. So these are reverse tells, trying to signify strength. Shows.
Does let it go in, shows the ace. You like him showing the ace there?
Sure. For credibility. Trying to let Paul know he's not stealing.
You're welcome.
Big fold of the king-queen there. The problem is if you're folding king-queen and you have someone looking at it on the stream, you can't open very wide on the button or you're going to get 3-bet constantly.
Right. Paul now with trade deuce in the cutoff.
Cocktails from the main stage.
Don't think Paul's actually thinking about this hand. I think he's still thinking about the last one.
He folds.
Raise to 250.
Eric with ace-4 of hearts.
Eric
Getting
raises
a little
from
more
the
involved
main
now with
stage.
these hands. They come in streaks. He didn't have anything in the first half of this final table so far. And now he's picking up some hands and raising to 250. Harvey with queen 10 in the small blind.
This is the kind of strategy insight you get from Matt Savage. The
Yep.
big hands come in
I'm
streaks.
telling you. I know. I definitely watched more poker than just about anybody, so I've seen it.
That is true. Harvey getting after it with the queen 10 off here. It's a little bit too good to fold. So he decides to raise. Calling out of position with it's pretty tough. Decides to 3-bet to 775.
Back to Eric Afriat.
10 seconds, Eric.
Four-handed, ace-4 suited is a really good hand. These guys are folding to 3-bets with some big hands.
And he does let it go.
Really like my over 515, the way these guys react to 3-bets, Matt.
Makes one of you.
It's a nice little pot for Harvey there with just queen 10 offsuit. Got a big hand to fold. Eric now, the big hands come in bunches. Matt, look, ace 10.
Told you.
You were right.
It's been proven, by the way.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
He raises to 250.
I imagine this is the kind of advice you get from Maurice Hawkins from his new training video that he's putting out.
That's right. I heard about that. Haven't subscribed yet. Been a little busy, but we'll have to see about that. A lot of people out there rooting for Eric. Raises and wins this one.
Updated chip counts. We got 24 big blinds as the shortest, so they're still pretty deep. But the leader only has 65 big blinds, so it's actually pretty condensed right now. There's no Castro's lead is not overwhelming at all.
Again, first place in this event, $257,000, which includes that seat to the WPT World Championships. Players have earned at least $90,000 at this point.
Fold to the small blind. Paul with queen high. It's an ugly queen high. It's the kind of hand you might raise and just fold to a 3-bet. Instead, he decides to just call. At 75-125, you are kind of incentivized to just call because it's cheaper to come in.
Neither player with a heart in their hand here. Eric with 2 pair.
And Paul with 1. He's going to bet.
Raise 450.
Eric raises to 450.
With all the hearts out there and the straight draws around the Jack 10, Eric is hoping to just end this hand right now.
And it does work.
Prove it.
Oh, great.
Eric said he had it, and Sean goaded him into showing by saying, prove it, which did work. Eric likes to get the credibility for not getting out of line.
Sorry.
Folding, and Harvey gets another walk here. I believe that's his 3rd one of the day.
Chip leaders always seem to get a little more walks than everybody else.
There's Ben Irwin right there. Spelled E-R-W-I-N for those of you out there. Alongside Justin Hammer.
Showing off his customer service skills, bringing water to the players.
Absolutely.
Ben always puts on a good show out here. And you guys with the WPT, we had a little wine adventure this time. It was nice.
Yeah.
It took us to a local winery just 10 minutes away from the casino. Hung out for the day, tasting wine and hanging out with some goats. Alpacas.
Wow. Actual goats.
Oh, yeah.
Not just...
Well, Scott Stewart was there, too, so the real goat.
Yeah. Harvey does make the call with 7-6 suited. Sean with ace deuce, checks his option. Great flop there for Harvey with a flush draw and top pair. Sean with bottom pair deuces.
I was told petting an alpaca was lucky, but it didn't work out for me, so I'm not sure if that's real.
Bet 150.
And he bets 150. Sean gets to decide what he wants to do here with this bottom pair, and he will make the call. Turn card's a 3, and Harvey's made his flush. Sean has turned a straight draw with his bottom pair. This board might be a little too scary for Sean, but we're going to see how Harvey plays it.
Check.
He checks. I like the check.
Sure. Sean now could try to deny equity. He has the deuce, which is likely the best hand. He decides to check it. It's a pretty wet board.
And a fourth heart now.
That could shut down everything. Harvey might still go for some value, but there's not a lot of things that can pay off, so if he does, it'll probably be pretty small.
That's why, in my thinking, I would have bet the turn.
Check.
Harvey or Sean?
Harvey, if I was Harvey, yeah.
Yeah.
Check back.
And check back. And Harvey's going to show that hard flush.
I deuce 4. Crazy.
What is this nonsense? Why would Sean lie about his hand there? That doesn't make any sense.
A lot of people out there watching Harvey from Dallas. Apparently he's a Dallas guy. Should ask if he's a Cowboys fan. He has not been alive for a Cowboys Super Bowl win.
You have, though.
Yes, 5 of them.
You've been pretending they're a relevant team ever since.
And the Cowboys are always relevant. Eric now raises to 250 with jacks. Paul in the big blind.
It's a
Good fold there.
Another tight fold from Paul in the big blind. That one was definitely a good one.
Now, is it a good fold because of what the other player had, or is it a good fold because of...
I think it's overly tight.
Yes.
I think he should probably defend that hand, but he was right that time.
How much is that now?
Adam asked a
It
question.
really
He said,
is
is
mysterious.
the
I don't
WPT involved in the entire series or just in the championship event? More so in just the championship event, but we are happy to call this a WPT festival, even though we are mainly here for the championship event. If you have any questions, go ahead and ask them out there on YouTube. That's where we're at. Paul now with King 8 suited. Can't imagine he's not going to raise here.
Call.
But he does just limp.
Raise 375.
Eric now with the raise to 375. Do you like the limp here with King 8 suited?
I do if you're planning on calling this raise, because that's actually a very playable hand, blind versus blind, or even limp shoving. But raising would have been fine too. I think a big part of it is the 75-125 blind level not being half full. It's a little bit cheaper to just limp in than it is if it were half a big blind.
And Eric does flop a pair here, 9-4-6 on the flop. Pair of 4s. Paul checks. Now Eric's going to continue here.
400.
And he does. That's 400,000.
If they were deeper, I could see Paul calling here, but with this stack size, I think he's probably going to give it up at this point. It's not a terrible flop for the King 8 suited.
Backdoors, yeah.
Yeah, got some backdoors, and King High is likely good a lot. Happens not to be this time, but Eric's picking up on Paul's snugness here, raising that 3-4 off.
It'll be fun.
Not necessarily getting any facial tells from Paul. Chancellor Walls was born in Dallas. He says the Cowboys all the way. 2026 will be our year.
Do you believe that?
I do.
You don't.
What's going on, Dimitri? I see you out there. Jimmy Bluffett, our moderator, super moderator for All Poker.
My Seattle Seahawks got a little bit interesting this year. I don't know if they're any good, but switching from Geno Smith to Sam Darnold, and we got ourselves Cooper Kupp. It could be interesting.
Good luck. All right, Eric now with jacks once again. He does limp with the jacks. Harvey now with king queen.
Really trying to set the trap for Harvey. This is going to be really interesting because I'm sure Harvey's going to raise here, and then what does Eric do? Is he just going to put it all in? I make it 1 million, something like that. There we go.
Yes, he does. Makes it 1.1 million.
So another Harvey with king queen in the bin again. Like he's been put in this spot twice with king queen. It's a small raise from small 3-bet. He could peel. He could jam.
In the bin. Is
He
that
also
a
could
British
fold.
term? Did you pick that up from Toby Lewis or what?
I don't know. They used to say in the blender all the time. I don't know. Whatever. It just means you're in a tough spot.
Sliding down the barbed wire fence.
Oof, sounds awful.
That was a Mike Sexton term.
We're headed to Whitewater here, Vince.
Dallas, Harvey, Castro could say, here we go. He did.
I actually like this play from Harvey. I know it's just king queen, but it's blind versus blind. The limp raise doesn't necessarily have to be a real big hand.
And he might even do that if these cards are face up.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, this has to just be posturing. Eric can't be considering folding jacks four-handed here. Or maybe he can. He's there and I'm not. Look at him really thinking about folding the jacks. This is wild.
I hate jacks.
Sure,
I
but
would
not
have already folded them.
No, you wouldn't. Four-handed. Four-handed blind versus blind. He's really thinking about letting it go. I mean, Paul does only have like 15 big blinds, so there is a ladder up consideration, but I would imagine that Eric doesn't consider that too much because he's going for his 4th title. He's not looking to make an extra 30,000, I don't think.
He just does not want to go out 4th. I know Eric, he would hate it to go out 4th here.
Well, I'll give you 6-1 he calls.
6-1, you got it.
All right, we're on.
Can't talk about gambling here off the table, but
Right, sorry.
there has been a bet placed.
Oh my goodness, he might fold. I can't believe I'm going to lose this bet.
I think he's going to. That'll just about cover the difference in green fees I'm going to pay for you. That's good. I hate jacks. I would have already folded a long time ago.
I do think he probably thinks he's up against ace king, and then he doesn't want to flip for it when there's still 4 left.
There it is, the second look.
Can't possibly fold jacks four-handed. Come on.
Gave me 6-1.
Show I show? Come on, 1 10. Fine. I'll show you. I have jacks.
3 of them, 8.
He folded.
I told you.
No way.
Let's go. All right.
Unbelievable.
Loose action. Let's go.
My goodness. This is how Eric does it. Just doesn't. It's too early to flip, you know.
He found 2 jacks to show.
Wow. All right. I'm up. I'm up in here.
6 bags of beef jerky to 1.
I hope that's Jared Blesnick out there watching. Plus 600, she says in the chat. Nice. Steven says, how does this man have any championships? Eric's a tough player. I don't care what anybody says. Say what you want. He is a very tough player.
I agree with that. I can't believe that fold. I hate it, but, you know,
Always a
he's
gentleman
still
to me.
there.
I don't know. Again, if those are face up, he probably folds too, right?
Well, no, because there's so much money in the pot already. If there was 0 money in the pot, sure, but 50-50 with that much money in the pot, you can't pass that up.
And that's why I got into the business of poker and not on the felt. Harvey now with Jack 8, Sean with 10-9. And the flop is an 8, Queen and a 3. Harvey flops a good flop one more time with a flush draw and a pair. Second time in about 4 hands he's done that. And he checks. Sean now with the gut shot straight draw and 10 high, bets 150. Apparently Harvey finished 21st at Choctaw WPT.
Oh. Jeez, only 23. He's got lots of results already.
Turn card is a 3 of spades.
Check.
Harvey's now checking. Is Sean going to fire a second bullet or second shell here on the turn? He might just check it back here.
He could. It could get.
He does check it. River card is another queen, making Harvey's hand even stronger here. He's got queens and 8s.
It's not a very good card for Sean to bluff, so I think Sean is done with this hand. Harvey's going to go for a little bit of value, trying to get ace high to call.
That's 250.
Sean could turn this into a big bluff. And he lets go.
That's folded. Harvey wins his pot. Jay Mills says, what was the point of him limping those jacks if he's not going to call an all in? I'm not quite sure I follow that logic, but explain that to me, Tyler.
Yeah, what he's the question. I think the question's pretty good because if he's limping, he's trying to trap. He's trying to play a big pot, and instead of just raising, and he gets his fish on. Harvey raising, and then he lets it go. I mean, there's physical tells in there. I guess he just thought Harvey had it. There's also some chance that Eric thinks he has a big edge over the other players, and so he doesn't want to flip with ace-king.
Yeah. Eric raises to 300,000. Well, it's good for me. It worked out for me.
I don't think that he does have a big edge over these guys, but, I mean, he's been there a bunch of times. And
I'm sure he doesn't know any of the other players at this table. I can't imagine he would know Harvey or Paul, maybe Sean, but probably not. I don't know.
Yeah, he may have played with them a couple times, but wouldn't have been much.
All right, Paul is now all in for nearly 2 million, 1.95. And Eric's back in this spot again this time. He doesn't have him covered. But he's got those 2 sevens.
Yeah, this is not a great spot for Eric here. He knows Paul's pretty tight. He has him covered, but it's a big percentage of his chips. And Eric lets it go. Lots of big folds going on in this table.
One-time thing, huh?
Harvey, according to Aaron in our chat, says that Harvey is used to being on big stages because he used to be a national championship soccer player.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Doesn't feel this kind of pressure.
I mean, NCAA national championship?
It looks like it, yeah.
Wow. What a
Hey,
hero.
James Dempsey. James Dempsey is out there. James Dempsey has multiple nicknames.
I think Mike Sexton coined Greyhound for him.
Greyhound, yeah. Foie gras addict.
That is awful. What a dumb screen name. Come on, Dempsey.
Harvey's moved all in with ace-3 of clubs. Paul with 7-4 in the small blind.
I like this with the ace-3 of clubs. It's a little bit big, but
Eric with ace-4.
both players have 25 big blinds or less, and it's going to get through a bigger ace for one now. But also, with ace-3 suited, it's too good to raise fold. So if he raises and gets jammed on, it's going to be really ugly for him. So I really like that play.
Also Flushy, another nickname for James
Yeah,
Dempsey.
seems like the Brits call him Fleshy a lot. I don't know what that's about.
Not quite sure.
You called it. Yeah, he played great yesterday, though. You gotta play good to set up the run good.
I like Sean's attitude.
Me too.
Yeah,
He's always a fun guy to have at the table.
absolutely.
We drank green beers together on St. Patrick's Day.
That food coloring come off your hand yet?
Yeah, it did, shockingly.
Paul with 7-8 suited.
Paul has 19 big blinds, so he doesn't want to shove. I feel like he should still open the 7-8 suited.
Yeah.
That's a little tight. I'm sure
He
he
hasn't
has.
been easy to read for us in the booth here, so
I don't know.
you know, makes it tough for those guys out there as well. Paul's been around a long time. He's been playing in the Bay Area. I've known him for many, many years, and he's definitely made some final tables and won some events.
He's in the top 10, maybe even top 5 all-time earnings here at Thunder Valley.
Okay. Paul now with the big hand here. Ace Queen in the cutoff. He's got just a little too much to shove here, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't love a shove. I think he should open instead.
And he does. He raises to 375.
It's the only way to get a worse hand to put it in is if you just open.
Sean now in the big blind with just over double the amount of chips that Paul has.
Like 2.7
That's
to
king
start,
nine.
Paul?
2.3,
Thank you.
maybe 2.4.
Imagine Sean will just defend here, but I'm not sure. He looks like he's thinking about folding.
10 seconds, Sean.
He
My
does fold.
goodness, I am way too loose in the big blind.
Should have said 10.5 million.
Harvey with an ace on the button. He's going to open. 275. That'll probably do it.
Yep, Paul does fold his big blind here. Harvey picks up another one up to 10.8 million. Just over half the chips in play now for Harvey. He's picking his spots very well.
You got me on the 6-1, but I think I'm going to get that dinner reservation timing bad. I mean, these guys, it's going to take aces and kings for anybody to put it in.
All right, Sean now with ace-10 on the button.
Raise 250.
He raises to 250.
Eric earlier folded exactly this hand, queen deuce of clubs in the big blind. Now he's going to defend it this time instead.
Flop is a queen, followed by a jack and a 6. Eric with top pair here checks it quickly. Sean now with the gut shot straight draw with the ace-10.
Ace high has showdown value too.
He bets 200,000.
Call.
Eric makes a call. Turn card is a 9 now. Eric now picks up, Sean now picks up additional straight outs. Eric still with top pair.
Check.
Will Sean just take the free card, or is he going to keep bluffing, trying to get him to fold a 6 or a 9? Or maybe even a jack. Don't imagine Eric's folding, but I've been proven wrong about Eric's play before. 550 is a lot of Eric's stack.
I mean, at this point, are you getting a little frustrated that you've been folding these hands, raising and then folding these?
I mean, I would be. I imagine Eric is a little bit. It is top pair. Eric could even shove here to deny some straight draws, but I don't see him doing that.
Gone through one time extension here.
A lot of hands that Eric beats, like Jack 10, Queen 10, 9, 10, might just take a free card here. They might not bet. So this is a pretty ugly spot for Eric.
Gone through a second time back now.
And looks like he's going to lay it down. Good bet there by Sean.
You show and I'll show. I have ace 10.
Oh, that should steam him up.
Wow.
He's got to be frustrated folding the jacks and folding that hand.
It was coming though, pre-value. I felt good about it. Felt real good about it.
Harvey has extended his lead. He's got 86 big blinds now. Sean with a big jump up there.
People are wanting to know what Eric's watch is. I do not know. I don't know how to watch wear, but I'm sure it's a nice one.
Very lucky turn.
Eric has seen his
Small
stack.
bet I was going to check and hit a king on the river.
I think go from third in chips down to the short stack. Paul now with the 7-8 again on the button. Last time he had exactly the same two cards. He folded, and he folded this time too on the button. Eric with Queen 9 calls 125. Will Harvey continue to try and get him off these hands? Not pre-flop, at least on this one. With the 4-3. Go to the flop. Flop is a 9-3, 5-3 clubs. And Eric has a queen of clubs as well. He's not going to get away from this hand no matter what. He does check it. Harvey with a pair of threes.
It's a real big flop for Eric. I don't know if Harvey's going to bet or check.
Check it.
Don't mind that at all.
Turn card is a 6, which now makes Harvey have a straight draw, open-ended, and Eric bets 300,000.
Imagine Harvey's going to at least call. He might even raise here. Raising is pretty ugly because then you might be priced in if Eric shoves, and that would not be good.
And the river card is a 4. Wow.
An offsuit 4. That was a tough one here for Eric.
Oh, my goodness.
That's a really bad board. He might throw out a blocking type bet. If he checks, it's going to be really hard to call. I imagine Harvey will value bet if Eric checks.
Eric does check.
Could check this back, but I would like
back.
going for a little value here.
And Eric's not going to like what he sees here. I
No,
can promise you that. 2 pair of 4s and 3s. Harvey will win this one.
Do it, man. Offsuit 4, no problem.
I think I could see the steam rising from Eric's head.
That's a tough one.
That was a tough
You
one.
just got away from different, hands where you think you might be best pre-flop. People coming back at you. And now, you flop top pair
It's incredible, right? It
with a
really
flush draw and get rivered by 2 pair of 4s and 3s. Harvey's laughing underneath his hoodie here.
That was a bad beat for Eric.
Zach Castro's out there. Apparently that's Harvey's brother. Hey, Zach, how you doing? Thanks for tuning in and watching. Matt Savage here, the Executive Tour Director of the World Poker Tour, and Tyler Patterson, local legend and ambassador for Thunder Valley, on the commentary today. And a raise of 250 by Eric with the Queen 9 again. Oh, he takes down a pot. That'll
stop the bleeding.
Stop the bleeding, as they say. And Eric's, patient. I've seen Eric in short stack situations before. He does quite well. It's like Chainsaw's giving poker advice out there.
I'd take some poker advice from Chainsaw. Why not?
Not no limit hold'em.
Maybe not no limit hold'em.
He didn't even play this event. He's a Thunder Valley player, but did not play the championship event.
Yeah, he likes all the mixed stuff. He played a bunch of those. It's nice to have a little mixed series kind of going on during the series,
Right.
There's
275.
4 straight days, 5 straight days of mixed events while this is going on.
Sean's raised to 275. Paul now with ace-6. This is a good shoving hand, is it not?
It is, and he has the right stack for it. I imagine he will be all in here.
Re-raise. All in.
And there it is.
And Sean is going to have to fold. He had a good hand to raise and then fold with also.
Paul picks this one up.
Those are 20s, right? They look yeah for some reason.
The same thing happened to me yesterday. I thought the guy had like 23s, and I asked him to count, and he got real mad.
Thanks.
Harvey's not getting out of line opening every hand. He just lets go of the 10-6.
Raise 250.
Sean raises 250 with King Jack now. Paul with Jack Deuce.
Nice hand for Eric to defend in the big blind here. Queen 9 suited. It's an easy call. And that flop is very difficult to play out of position without having a big hand, so I'm pretty sure Sean's going to win this one. Oh, spicy lead from Eric here. It's actually probably going to work. It's real tough for Sean to continue.
You show me this
Yeah. And he's not going to show the bluff.
Show this one.
Said he hasn't shown a bluff in 10 years.
Whatever he does, it's working.
That was a great lead from him. Real tough board to continue for either player with. We only got to see one of Sean's cards there, but it was a 4 of spades that went into the muck. Eric limps with the ace-9. Oh my god, he runs into it again.
Harvey with ace-king again.
I think, I mean, geez, I would assume Eric's limping to shove this hand, blind versus blind, but that has not been the case so far, so.
Raise 375.
Wow.
If I had Eric stack in this spot against the chip leader and I limped ace-9, I would definitely be all in.
You want to lay 6-1 again?
No, I'm not trying to get into Eric's head again. But if he is not putting this hand in, he can't possibly be over by 5 o'clock.
I tell you what.
I mean, this could be just an incredible fold if he folds this.
I think he's going to fold here.
He may call. I think he's going to call. I don't think he's going to raise.
He's looked over at Paul's stack. He looks back at his hand.
The problem is that you just get so exploited. If you're going to do this, Harvey doesn't have to have ace-king to do it. He can just raise with absolutely anything if you're folding this big a hand.
You still think we don't need clocks at the final tables here, Tyler?
Well, I mean, you can call a clock, you know?
Yeah, but I think you're going to be proven wrong in this situation.
Well, there's no proof. It's just an
He
opinion.
folds. There you
is
go.
Incredible. Great fold. This is how he does it.
mesmerized by your stacking of the chips. I didn't wait the first 10 seconds. Sorry. You're over there just mesmerized.
That was an incredible fold. Just a limp and fold with ace-9. Four-handed, blind versus blind.
J Mill says you got to keep your limp fold range balanced from Jack-9 and ace or Jacks and ace-9.
Yeah, well, the Jacks was a little bit tougher. At least he limped, then 3-bet, then folded to the 4-bet. That one, I mean, I don't get that one either, but
Eric with
was a lot different.
5-4 now.
Raise 275.
Raising to 275. Harvey with king-queen again. He's picking up big hands.
Yeah, this is a little bit weird because he definitely wants to 3-bet, but with Sean behind him, it gets a little bit awkward just for the stack sizes, but I think he's going to 3-bet. Well, he just calls. Okay, that makes sense too.
And Sean
Oh, my.
with pair. Wow.
this is a lot of chips for Sean to just shove, so he decides to just play the pot instead.
And now Eric has to be thinking, what did I get myself involved in here? And the flop is an ace, a queen, and a 9.
It actually is winnable for Eric here.
Check.
That's basically the only flop that Eric could win on.
Bet 500,000.
I don't know if Harvey's going to continue. Eric is actually going to win this pot. This is wild. Eric is playing above the rim. Massive folds and then wins a 3-handed pot with 5 high against a guy who has second pair. That was pretty good. Against 2 guys who had pairs.
I just have the big one.
No, Annie. Just the big.
Come down so fast.
They do.
Wow.
That was really incredible. Eric wins that pot with 5 high after making 2 really big laydowns, and at least one of them was great.
And now he's got the confidence right back again.
Definitely.
Jimmy Buffs asked, how many time banks do the players get? So they get 5 when they're on the bubble, an additional 5 on day 2, or day 3, excuse me. We get, and then they get 5 more at 24 players and 5 more at the final table of 9 for a total of 20 time banks.
You could see earlier David Haw had all 20, I think. Close to it.
He had 19. Yeah.
Yeah.
He had 19 to start the day. And they become more and more valuable. Yet Tyler Patterson thinks we shouldn't be using them at the final tables.
It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but I like the added pressure. I actually do like them. I didn't say we shouldn't use them. I think it's illogical.
Right. You have to explain what you mean, Stephen. Only thing I know about George Orwell is 1984. All right, Steve, let's see. Tell us what you mean. All right, Harvey now with King 8 in the cutoff.
Raise 275.
Raise 275. Sean Daniels with King Jack now on the button. Sean laying down King Jack. I'm going to lose my dinner bet for sure now. That's the hand that proved it to me.
That's the one, huh?
Yes. And Eric was 6-3. As big blind, he will fold. Harvey will take down this one. It's tough to argue with results, and Eric Afriad has those results.
Well, and he's just getting it right at this final table. Like that, he didn't want to flip with the jacks, and he limp folded ace-9, and he was beat. Like he was getting it right, and he won that pot with the 5-3 or 5-4, and he won that pot that was all clubs when he just led into Sean Daniels, who had a better hand.
I've been hearing the same thing about Phil Hellmuth for 25 years, that he's never kept up with the game and all this stuff, but yet he has, 19 bracelets. Eric Offrey had 10 final tables, 3 championships. He's definitely doing something wrong.
Right. Doing something right. Not doing something wrong.
Definitely doing something right, but what I mean to say is he's definitely doing something that other people aren't picking up on.
Right.
It's tough to say you're just getting lucky all of those times and have those kind of results.
I don't think that's the case at all.
And Paul has King, Queen of diamonds. However, there's a lot of people in the chat that play better than Eric Offriat.
That they claim to, is what you're saying.
Yeah,
there you
claim
go.
to, yeah.
Yeah, when I'm saying things that I would do that he's not doing, I'm not claiming that I'm getting it right and he's getting it wrong. I'm just saying I wouldn't do those things. That's all.
And Eric's 3-betting here with Queen 9 to 1 million. Harvey with Ace Queen behind him. Wow.
Real awkward spot for Harvey. Just because he has so many chips, he can probably just stick it all in, but it's not great when Sean's the opener and has 3.1 million. Pretty sure that's the result, is he's going to stick it. Oh my goodness. This is definitely going past 5 o'clock.
Wow.
I mean, what a play by Eric. He's going to get king, queen suited and ace queen to fold.
Oh my gosh.
10 seconds.
Above the rim.
Above the rim. Wow, Sean's got, he's used a time bank with the king 10. He's feeling this one out. He does not think Eric has it. This is really interesting. I'm shocked that Sean is considering this.
He does fold.
He does fold, but his spider senses were up. And Paul is short enough he could put it in even though he doesn't have any fold equity. Just has to run it out if he puts it in. He is short enough to do it, and he has a good enough hand to do it, but not a great spot for king queen suited. I mean, it happens to be, but it's not usually. Wow, Eric, what a play. This 3-bet got ace queen and king queen suited to fold. There was only one guy who was even skeptical, and that guy had king 10.
When he sees this later, when the players see this later on, they're not going to believe it.
That was
looks like
incredible.
we're taking a short break here. When we come back, what are we going to see, Tyler? We'll see.
Not any all-ins, obviously.
All right, come back, and Harvey Castro will be our chip leader, 11,400,000, over half the chips in play. We'll be right back from Thunder Valley.
The World Poker Tour returns to Choctaw Durant Casino and Resort for an action-packed WPT Choctaw Festival running from April 16th to May 5th. With over 30 events on the schedule, the highlight of the festival is the televised $3,800 WPT Choctaw Championship featuring a $2 million guarantee beginning May 1st. Last season, we saw James Mackey outlast the competition to take home just over $360,000, claiming his second WPT Choctaw Championship title. With $2 million guaranteed, the Sexton Cup on the line, and the cameras rolling, Choctaw Durant is the place to play this spring. For the full schedule, preferred rates, and all the details, visit WPT.com. We'll see you there. Mark your calendars for one of the most exciting stops of the year. The WPT Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown, running from March 19th to April 8th at the Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood. With over $10 million in total guarantees, the festival kicks off with a $400 opener featuring a $1 million guarantee before ramping up to our $3,500 WPT Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown Championship from April 4th to 8th, boasting a $3 million guarantee. Last year, Josh Reichart topped a field of 1,869 entries and beat out a stacked final table to take home the title and over $830,000, having his name permanently inscribed on the Mike Sexton WPT Champions Cup. With over 70 events on the schedule, this is a festival you don't want to miss. For the full schedule, visit WPT.com and we'll see you in Hollywood, Florida.
But he's a nice guy. Oh, Ben's moved all in with king 8 offsuit.
Blind versus blind. Oh, he runs into it.
Harvey makes a quick call here with ace king. And Ben Primus is at risk here, all in for $1,125,000. as Harvey looks to extend his chip lead here early on this final table.
Ben was the shortest coming in, so he kind of knew this was coming pretty quick.
And Dale will put up the first 3 cards. It is a king, a queen, and a 6. Both players flopping a pair of kings. Ben has 3 outs here with 3 8s. Ben Primus needing help here.
David announces all in from the button.
A 5 of hearts on the turn.
Pulls out of the small.
And we could have our first elimination here, Tyler. It's 4 of diamonds, and Ben is out.
Still a pretty nice result for Ben, getting 6th place in this tournament. How much we have? 404 players, so 6th place is pretty solid.
Yes, he will take home and forth with people on that all the time, not understanding that it is allowed to talk at the table. These players are using the action clock, Tyler. They have 30 seconds pre and post flop. Earlier in the tournament, they had 15 and 30, and then it went to 20 and 30 yesterday. So they are used to it by this point, and these players are pretty fast, which I like.
Yeah, I really like the action clock for near the bubble and for all the pay jumps. I'm not sure it's necessary at the final table. I think maybe there's a good reason to just get rid of the clock altogether at the final table because there's no stalling anymore. It's just added pressure, which I guess added pressure is cool.
Completely disagree.
Okay.
You'll see that there's a lot of spots that they actually come into play here, and actually makes a little more action is always good in my opinion, and I think that some points it is necessary. All right, a raise to $250,000 by Sean with queens. David makes the call with 10-7, and the flop comes king 8 deuce, 2 spades. David does have the 7 of spades in his hand. But queens way out in front for Sean Daniels.
Bet 125.
This bet is probably just going to end this pot. It's a very small bet, so maybe not. Oh, David's getting after it.
400,000.
David raises to 400,000.
Jeez, this is a tough spot for Sean. Nice play, David. Actually, is a pretty cool hand to do it with. You have backdoor spades, backdoor straight draws, so the turn card could give him some outs to keep being aggressive.
And Sean does make the call. Turn is that 9 that does give him the up and down straight draw.
Oh, that was a great spot to keep blasting David, but now he's just going to try to make a straight instead. He checks it over to Sean. Now, does Sean bet to deny equity from hands like 10-7 or a flush draw? Or does he just check his queens down? Looks like he's going to bet.
250.
That's real small. It's not going to deny any equity. Any draws are definitely going to call. At least call. He does only have 1.4 million behind, and David has 3.2. We could see an all-in here, but no, just calls.
$5 on the river. That will not help David at all. And Sean now.
Wow.
This is a weird.
Spicy bet from David here. He's taking a really interesting line. This would be a real tough spot for Sean Queens. 400,000. It's not that big a bet in relationship to the pot, but it is a third of Sean's stack almost. So it's really uncomfortable for Sean.
And you see the action clock count of 10 seconds.
It looks like Sean has a lot less time chips than David.
Yeah, Sean has definitely used more of them than anybody else. There's no doubt about that. And David, like I said, is a big cash game player, so he's used to playing pretty quickly. When you're paying rake, you want to play faster.
Sure. Man, I really like this spot. This is a really wild line from David, and Sean is just in the bin, as they say. Uses a time chip.
Second time chip now. Which means he's...
Is he down to 1? Or is that 2 there? Can't quite tell. What a rough spot. Can he put the cape on? He does. What a call
Make
from
the call
Sean.
Queens. Wow. So Queens win this pot. 1.3 million win right there for Sean Dan. So I said I'm locked in today. I have to stay back here all day.
Wow. You're Eric's lucky charm. That does make sense, actually.
Yeah.
You played golf with him a couple times, I think.
I have. He's a very nice guy on the golf course. David's all in with Jack 10. Paul now with ace 7.
In the big blind, and it's only 6.5 big blinds. I would expect Paul to call. He's not going to love it because it is a sizable portion of his stack, but too good a price, and you have an ace. I think he's got to make the call. He's really thinking about it. He doesn't love it.
And he makes a call.
All right, he does call.
David Ha all in and at risk with Jack 10 offsuit up against ace 7 for Paul.
Not a bad spot for David at all. It's 44% here.
Jack 10 versus ace 7.
Pausing for dramatic effect.
Flop is 9-9 deuce. 2 clubs. Paul has the ace of clubs also. He's in the lead with his ace high. 73% to win this pot.
You see his outs are the Jackson 10s. He does have a backdoor straight draw as well there. Comes in the straight draw, and now he's got a lot more outs.
13's out. 13 outs, 29% to come from behind here. Stay in the tournament. David Ha all in. Still has almost all of his time chips. And he's going to not need them if it does not come one of these 13 cards that you see on the board.
That's a lot of cards, 13 cards. There's only, I don't know, 44 or something left in the deck.
And here it is. It's a 4 of hearts. That's not going to do it. We're going to lose David Ha. He is our 5th place finisher.
Switching from Geno Smith to Sam Darnold, and we got ourselves Cooper Kupp. It could be interesting.
Good luck. All right, Eric now with jacks once again. He does limp with the jacks. Harvey now with king, queen.
Really trying to set the trap for Harvey. This is going to be really interesting because I'm sure Harvey's going to raise here, and then what does Eric do? Is he just going to put it all in? I make it 1 million, something like that. There
Yes,
we go.
he does. Makes it 1.1 million.
So another Harvey with king queen in the bin again. Like he's been put in this spot twice with king queen. It's a small raise from small 3-bet. He could peel. He could jam.
In the bin. Is
He
that
also
a
could
British
fold.
term? Did you pick that up from Toby Lewis or what?
I don't know. They used to say in the blender all the time. I don't know. Whatever. It just means you're in a tough spot.
Sliding down the barbed wire fence.
Ooh, sounds awful.
That was a Mike Sexton term.
We're headed to Whitewater here, Vince.
Dallas, Harvey, Castro could say, here we go. He did.
I actually like this play from Harvey. I know it's just king queen, but it's blind versus blind. The limp raise doesn't necessarily have to be a real big hand.
And he might even do that if these cards are face up.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, this has to just be posturing. Eric can't be considering folding jacks 4-handed here. Or maybe he can. He's there and I'm not.
The World
Look
Poker Tour
at-
returns to Choctaw Durant Casino and Resort for an action-packed WPT Choctaw Festival running from April 16th to May 5th. With over 30 events on the schedule, the highlight of the festival is the televised $3,800 WPT Choctaw Championship featuring a $2 million guarantee beginning May 1st. Last season, we saw James Mackey outlast the competition to take home just over $360,000, claiming his second WPT Choctaw Championship title. With $2 million guaranteed, the Sexton Cup on the line, and the cameras rolling, Choctaw Durant is the place to play this spring. For the full schedule, preferred rates, and all the details, visit WPT.com. We'll see you there. Mark your calendars for one of the most exciting stops of the year. The WPT Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown, running from March 19th to April 8th at the Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood. With over $10 million in total guarantees, the festival kicks off with a $400 opener featuring a $1 million guarantee before ramping up to our $3,500 WPT Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown Championship from April 4th to 8th, boasting a $3 million guarantee. Last year, Josh Reichart topped a field of 1,869 entries and beat out a stacked final table to take home the title and over $830,000, having his name permanently inscribed on the Mike Sexton WPT Champions Cup. With over 70 events on the schedule, this is a festival you don't want to miss. For the full schedule, visit WPT.com and we'll see you in Hollywood, Florida.
And we are back, still four-handed. Joining us now in the booth is Justin Westmoreland. I'm Matt Savage.
Whoa, Justin.
Jordan Westmoreland.
Tough one.
Golfed
What a
with this guy
start.
about 20 times, and he doesn't know my first name.
Tough one.
Well, you're not playing in Savage Invitational, so you're out.
Wow.
Harvey Castro is your chip leader, $11,400,000. Matt Savage here with Tyler Patterson and Jordan Westmoreland.
JW Prodigy, welcome to the booth.
Thank you, thank you. Great to be here. I mean, honestly, I'd rather be with Paul than you guys, but this is fun.
Yeah.
Blinds are now 75, 150 with the 150 big blind ante. That ante does not reduce, nor should it. And Paul there with the ace deuce of diamonds.
I think Paul's just going to rip it in here, guys. I think we're fine. Oh, my goodness. He is just, he is
He's
really
picking his
astonishing
spots.
me. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
He did rip in the Queen 10 suited earlier.
Yeah, that was nice. He got sevens to fold when he did. These guys are playing really above the run.
I agree.
There's been some wild hands so far, some wild bluffs from Afriat, and also some really incredible folds.
How about that Queen 9 off?
That was wild. That was a really cool 3-bet. They got through ace queen, king 10, all better hands folded.
That was, for me, the hand of the tournament so far. That was really cool.
It's really got Afriat juiced up now too. He's back in action. He was reeling for a little while, and now he won 3 pots after those big folds. 3 pots that were not his.
Now Sean making the call here with Jack 10 suited. Both players with clubs in their hand and a Queen 7 deuce with 1 club on the flop. 1 million in the pot. Pre-flop, Harvey with the ace 9 in the lead, but out of position. And he checks.
Why don't we get a spicy club here on the turn?
That would be fun.
Like a 9? No, it can't be
Just a
clubs.
9.
It's
Just a random 9 would
A
be
random
fine,
9
too.
would be great.
King of clubs would also be good.
Mm-hmm.
Turn card is a club.
Let's see some fireworks, boys.
I mean, this is actually a fine bluff catcher still, blind versus blind with ace 9. So there doesn't have to be that much aggression. Sean has to bet.
Agreed.
Just
with Jack high.
With only Jack high. He doesn't have enough showdown value. His stack size is a little awkward, though, with $1 million in the pot. Yeah, I don't hate it.
Wow. Sneaky. I know.
Oh, and the river card is
What
a
a
10.
check. What a check.
Wow.
If he doesn't check there, I think he loses the pot.
What do you think he's going to go sizing-wise on this river?
I don't know. If Harvey decides to bluff, which he probably won't, I don't think he goes super big.
350?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Could definitely go for more. I mean, it's
a polarizing spot.
It's
right?
a really good hand, yeah. But you are really only targeting ace high and.
Right.
Wow, he checks it back.
Whoa. I did not expect that.
Your percentage is down to about 3% right now, Tyler.
Yeah, I've been very bad at predicting the action.
I've heard that your big blind is a little loosey-goosey.
It must be. It's a lot looser than I've seen here, and these guys are all still there, and I'm not. So I think maybe that's the problem.
Yeah, I'm starting to question everything after seeing this final table.
David Haw got 69,000, and Ben Primus got 53,000 for sixth.
Good runs.
Primus, a great band.
Am I allowed to say the song that can I say? I don't know if I can say. I don't know if I can say that word on the stream. So.
Oh boy, now I really need to know what you're talking about.
Detachable?
That's not him. That's King Missile.
Yeah, it does kind
Oh, I thought that was Primus.
No, that's King Missile.
Oh wow, you would know.
That's King Missile. Primus is Jerry was a race car driver.
Sure.
And my name is Mud. One of the best bass players ever. Here's Harvey with Queen 8 on the button.
He's playing the big stack really well.
Yeah, I
Every
think so,
time I'm
too.
tuned in, he's making really good decisions.
23 years old.
Wow.
Yeah, and he
Just
has a lot of
young pup.
results already too.
Wow. We are getting old, aren't
As
we?
Norman Chad would say, I have socks that old. He does race to 325. Paul's going to get out of the way. And Harvey will take this one down.
I didn't love the ace queen fold in the small blind, but there was a lot of action in front of him. I kind of get it, but I didn't love it.
But it's hard to think that Eric's ever folding there.
Right.
That's what makes the play so genius.
Right.
Okay. Mine soon after that.
Yeah, we were talking about that. Eric 3-bet basically 40% of his stack, so he's priced in for anything, but he would have folded, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
First place is $257,000 plus that $10,400 win championship seat included in that prize. And these players, 3 players looking to put their name on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup, and Eric Offriat looking to do it for a 4th time.
A record-tying 4th time with only Darren Elias. There's
He
only a
is a
few who have
beast.
3. Gus Hansen. Who else has 3? Anybody else?
Yes, Anthony Zeno.
Right.
Oh, he's tough as well.
Anthony Zeno, who was here this week.
All right, here's another spot for Paul where I would rip it in, and he's probably not going to.
I bet he does.
I would love to see it.
$20.
No, I'm out. I'm terrible at prop bets. I'm losing all of them.
Yes.
Nice call.
Got him. I'm 1-0 on the stream. Let's go.
And Eric is
Posturing.
posturing. JW Prodigy, how did your series go?
It went really, really bad. But on to the next, right?
You got to play some golf and hang out with
Oh,
them, you know.
I mean, the results were terrible. I had a great time here at Thunder. It's one of my favorite stops of the year.
Ben Irwin and his team, a big part of that here. They do a fantastic job. Don Clayton. Really appreciate all the hospitality given by everybody here.
That Champions dinner was out of control. Ice sculptures and whiskey pairings and
Squab.
green squab.
I may or may not scabbed and came in at the very end to get a glass of wine. Thank you for that.
You got it. Sean folds 6-5 suited. Paul with 8-7. I'm used to people playing suited connectors at these final tables, and have seen.
The stack sizes are
10
getting a little
folds in
bit
a row.
short now, so that 5-6 suited is fine to fold.
There we go. He wants to play some poker.
Was Harvey ever going to use the just wield the chip lead and use one of his worst possibly dealt hands to raise here?
I think he will, because it puts a lot of pressure. And there he goes. I love it. The kid's playing well.
Yeah. I like this a lot.
Nice work, Harvey.
Thing is, after seeing that ace-9 fold from Eric, I would expect Harvey to raise literally every time.
Exactly. That's what makes the ace-9 fold so wild.
It was incredible. And, I mean, Harvey did have ace-king. It was an incredible fold.
So you are licensed to do this with 10-3 off every time exploitatively.
That's true, yes. He might just check back some hands that he wants to play in position, but he can just win the blinds over and over again.
Yeah, as we know, 10-3 is not doing too hot,
Right.
so let's just take it down pre.
However, Afriette is also aware that Harvey probably saw that. So
There's levels
he
now.
might, he might open it up because of that.
Right. I wonder what everyone thought of his queen-9. They all had better hands.
Yeah. That's going to be wild when they see that.
I would feel sick with king-queen suited.
Yeah. And the ace-queen.
I might just not show up. Take the 4th.
This is a really tough spot for all of them. Great play by Afriette.
Sneak one in here, Paul. Come on.
Eric could definitely just jam here. That's kind of what I would like to do, just because I don't want to have to raise fold.
I agree.
Did raise to 350. Harvey now will get rid of this 9 deuce. And Sean with 4s.
This is spicy. I would imagine Sean shoves, and it's going to be real tough for Eric to call.
This is kind of why we like shoving, right?
Yeah,
To put the pressure on these kind of spots.
Exactly. You don't want to be in this spot if you're Eric. I mean, he may find a call. He's been right every time.
Yeah, but remember the 7s?
Right.
Raise fold, and that was for less chips. I bet he folds.
Oh, he says he has a pair. You are allowed to table talk, but that is actually one thing you're not allowed to do.
That's correct.
You're not
Ben, what are
allowed
you
to
doing?
say.
Ben, you're supposed to be watching this final table.
If you're shoving 4s and someone says they have a pair,
Oh
you're
my God!
immediately
And then he
correct.
shows it.
Shows and folds.
Come on, show it, Sean. Show it. Show it.
Come on,
He
do
wants
it.
to.
Show it.
Show the 1-4.
Show it.
Yes,
there
he
you
did.
go.
Love that.
Oh, there's
Nice.
pain behind that smile.
Yeah. Sean looks like he's having a really
You
good time.
have to show that.
He did.
Yeah.
I know.
I would have showed 1-4 personally.
Now Eric, look at Eric looking very uncomfortable and
A little disheveled after that.
no, Eric never looks disheveled.
Oh, he
That's
is
one thing he never
clean cut. Look at those shoes. Those are, and the watch, the shoes watch combo, the white on white.
That
That's
is
nice.
You think he opens the 10-7?
It's hard not to when Paul's playing so snug in the big blind.
Yeah, he's kind of targeting his big blind.
Yeah, I think so. And he has enough chips. He can just. I mean, Paul has enough chips that it's fine for Harvey to fold if Paul puts it in.
Exactly. So he has to take his button pretty wide.
I think so. We know Sean's aware of that, so Sean's probably opening up with some 3-bets there too.
Yeah. Feels like Harvey's just won so many uncontested pots, right?
Yeah, just pretty typical for a chip leader.
Yep, that's true.
Sean got one good 3-bet in against Harvey where Harvey folded king queen.
Oh,
Sean had king 7.
Blind versus blind.
Yeah.
That was a really cool play.
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
257,600 on for first place here,
And a 10K seat.
including a 10K
Oh,
seat.
okay.
Yeah.
Including the 10K.
And invites to special things like the Champions Club dinner.
That's a lifetime
Achievement.
achievement. It really is. And I look forward to that one day.
Paul with 10-3 offsuit. He is Shown no ability to get loose, has he, at all?
Queen 10 of hearts. That was a cool play.
Eric will take down this gladly.
I've seen Paul open it up in the early stages of tournaments too. He's tight for a reason right now.
ICM. He's trying to ladder.
He is.
I respect it.
It's a lot of money.
It is. The jumps become very relevant now.
We heard earlier Harvey was on a national championship college soccer team.
No way.
Yeah.
This guy does it all.
Yeah.
He chip leads. He's an athlete.
23. Looks like a stud. I mean,
He's got it all going.
I'm jealous.
And getting walks with Jack 6.
It's all coming up Harvey.
It really is.
You can see Sean Daniels contemplating his next wicked move.
It does look like he's got something cooking.
He's up to something.
Yeah.
Another fantastic dealer in the box, Nikki. It's so nice they bring all these dealers in here.
Yeah, she's great. Okay.
Huh? I said I knew a girl named Nikki, yes.
Really?
It's an old song.
Ooh. I missed that one.
We're older than Harvey, Matt, but
Not that old.
not quite that old, I guess. Harvey limps the small blind, and Sean just checks it back with a 7-3 suited. Expect Harvey to bet here, but I've been wrong most of the time.
No, I think you will. Eight high with a lot of possibilities.
Sean folds before he even gets the bet out.
3, 5, 7. There's a lot of cool turns without even having to hit.
Nice little pot with 8 high.
Jimmy Bluffett got the reference.
Of course he did.
I bet you've even heard the song.
If your name is Jimmy Bluffett, you kind of have to get the music references. Paul just told us his middle name is Harvey.
Is that right?
So that's what they're talking about. You couldn't read his lips?
I couldn't, no.
Doesn't really sound like a 23-year-old's name.
That's
Gotta
true.
be honest.
Does sound like a professional soccer player, though, Harvey Castro.
That's true.
Yeah.
Paul now with 5 deuce here in the big blind. He will fold that.
Keep playing small pots, boys. I got to get this thing to go over 5 o'clock.
I'm starting to think you're the favorite now. We've seen a lot of hero folds.
Paul Richard down to the shoving stack, 9 blinds, 1,325,000. We're playing 75-150 at this time. Took us a fair amount of time to get to the final table last night, so.
No surprise, though. It was such a good structure, right?
King 3 of spades for Harvey in the cutoff. He's not folding hands this good, is he?
No. Certainly not.
Oh, he's ripping.
Wow.
Good.
Harvey has declared himself all in.
Another one that he thinks is just too good to raise fold, so he just take it all in instead.
Yep.
You probably could raise fold to Afriat, having 2.8.
No callers. Harvey now to 12.6 million. There's only 20,200,000 in play. So
Really taking over.
But I think it's a great shove because is he going to call with King Jack and King Queen? Probably not.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, so it becomes a really good hand to do it, I think.
Yeah. If he had opened, it's possible Paul puts the Queen 10 in. Probably not.
Apparently there's a Castro Nation, Castro Gang.
Ooh, wired pair of jacks here. That's always exciting when you have around 20 big blinds.
Oh, yeah.
And raises to 300,000 with those jacks. Paul's let it go. Eric folds. And Harvey with 7-3 of clubs.
Could defend here, but it is pretty hard to play against a 20 big blind stack with a hand like that.
But he's winning every pot.
He is.
Winner's tilt is real.
He does make the call.
I wouldn't fold personally.
I might start folding.
Flop is a 7, also a queen and a 4. One overcard to the jacks. Harvey checks. And Sean's betting 200,000.
It's pretty interesting. I could see him peeling probably more than check raising, but he could raise.
Mm-hmm. Cheap turn card.
Turns a 4 of hearts.
Really like leading in Harvey's spot now.
I do too. Small.
It's a pretty good spot to check back for Sean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like the check.
Probably get some value from things on the river.
Oh
my goodness.
Wow. It's just his day.
This is going to be a tough one. Sean was put in this spot earlier against David Haw when he had queens and the board was like this, and David had just air balls. But there was a king high board, and Sean made the hero call on the river.
And so he's put in that same spot.
Very similar spot, yeah.
The second pair makes the jacks look better, though, right?
Kind of. You don't beat any value anymore. You're only beating bluffs now.
Yeah, exactly.
You used to beat a 7.
You're hoping he has like a 6-5 or 6-8.
Yeah. It's taking a long time here.
Harvey does have a lot of fans watching from Texas.
Wow. Big bet.
Really big bet. That's a real tough spot for Sean. Wow,
Whoa.
real quick fold. Nice job, Sean.
Yeah, well played.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was that 2x pot?
It was bigger than the pot. Well, I don't know if it was all the way to 2x. Yeah, 2 million into like 1.2 or 1 point, something like that.
Yeah, that's a chunky bet. He went for all of it.
Look at this.
Wow.
Big lead now for Harvey.
65% of the chips in play.
A lot of pressure on the 20 big blind stacks to wait out Paul now for the, what do we got? What's the next pay jump? 30,000 if they wait out Paul?
Yeah, that's ICM handcuffs right there.
Right.
That was a quick fold, though.
It was.
I was impressed. That was awesome.
Eric folds 5 deuce. Harvey now with king 7. Looking to apply maximum pressure.
As in an all-in?
It really could be all in here. It's
I feel like it is.
19 big blinds is a lot of pressure on Sean with the other 2 small stacks. But the hand is good enough to play also.
Sean with the check. A very fun position to be in if you're Harvey Castro. Flops 2 pair, king 7 and an ace.
Absolutely smashed it with king 7.
Unfortunately, he's not going to get any resistance, I don't think.
Unless he checks.
He just shook his chips and Sean folded. That could be a tell, Sean. It could be a tell.
Well, you got some live reads over there.
What is the name of the band? Zingara?
I don't know.
Not ever heard of Zingara.
Neither have I.
You guys haven't even heard of Prince. How
That was
could you
Prince
heard
that
of
you
Prince.
referenced?
Yes.
Oh, that's bad. I should have gotten that. I like him.
You don't know the song? I knew a girl named Nikki.
I'm sure if we put it on.
Not me. I do know who Prince is. Barely.
The name of the song is Darling Nikki.
I'm going to guess Zingara is a heavy metal band.
I don't know about that.
The shirt looks pretty metal.
Doesn't it?
Could be punk. It's a
Okay.
Warped Tour shirt also, so it could be punk.
Harvey now with finally a decent hand.
Does he need it?
Finally.
And he's raising to 3 million. Sean with deuces. Quick fold. Paul with jack 5.
That's a perfect example of why raising is bad. Because if you shove, you can't get deuces to reshove on your
Right.
open, right? So he's just eliminating that.
Exactly.
Yeah, Harvey's playing the big stack very well.
All right, Jimmy Bluffett has it. Zingara is a producer and DJ from Maryland who blends diverse elements of bass music, known for her mind-bending genre and connection to the spirit world through music.
So I was right.
Awesome.
It is very similar to heavy metal.
That is nothing like heavy
Not
metal.
metal.
And I believe Jimmy did not do anything but AI right there. There you go. Stephen Tick say you cannot leave yet. You haven't seen enough yet. Harvey Castro is putting on a clinic here. He's also
Amen.
catching some cards, to be fair.
That is true.
But look at 23 years old. This guy's got a bright future in this game for sure.
We might be seeing him at the Champions dinner next year.
Seems very likely right now.
I'll be doing an ID check for sure. All right, Sean with ace 3. This is a rip spot.
It is a
Probably
rip spot.
is, yes.
Yeah. The suited wheels, they go in.
It's not super cut and dry because you might want to play a pot against Eric.
Raises to 350. Now Paul with the 9s.
Paul does not have enough chips to make Sean fold, I don't think.
No.
It's gonna be a sad call for Sean, I think.
Agreed.
But I've seen some wicked folds on this table, so it is possible. He knows Paul actually has a good hand if he's doing it.
But look at those pot odds.
Yeah.
You can't.
I mean, you could show the
Yeah.
9s and still call.
And there it is,
Exactly.
ace 3 versus the 9s. Paul with the 9s, the all-in player, all in for 950,000.
I'm kind of feeling the spaceman here. The ace from space.
With the 3 of clubs, and Paul showing 2 9s, the 9 of hearts and the 9 of diamonds. All right, Nikki.
Here comes the flop. 1 spade, 10, 6, 5.
6 of spades.
A 4 of spades would be fun.
Paul right now in the lead with a pair of 9s.
9 of spades would be fun too.
Yeah.
Turn card is an ace.
Oh, no.
And
Paul didn't
Paul
deserve it.
down to 2 outs.
Sometimes you just know when it's coming.
And the river card is a 3.
Wow. The needly 2
And that's
pair.
going to do it. We're going to lose Paul Richardson. He's our 4th place finisher. Great run for Paul this week. A lot of friends in the area and has a lot of respect from this Thunder Valley crowd. Congratulations, Paul. on the
That
great
91,000 probably propels him to about 5th all time, I think, at Thunder Valley.
That's pretty awesome. Good work.
All right, 92 big blinds, and we got 26 and 16. After that's not quite in the shove stack zone, but
How does that dynamic change now, Tyler?
there's no really short stack to wait out, so Sean he's not quite as handcuffed. So I think Sean can open it up against Harvey if he has to, or if he wants to.
And Eric, as the shorty, can really mix it up because, well, you can't really wait around anymore.
Right.
So I expect some fireworks to go off now that it's three-handed.
We know with Eric's titles, he really definitely wants first. He's not just waiting up for the ladder. He is going to just fold, I think.
He honestly will not be happy with anything but first.
Of course not.
He'd be very disappointed.
Got to respect that.
Where Sean might be, I don't know. It's a big jump from third to second.
How big is it?
I believe
third is 122,000.
Yeah.
What is second?
Second has to be, I believe, 180. It's my guess. Being as I made the payout structure, I should know, but I don't quite remember. But I will look it up. Eric now with King 3.
This hand isn't quite as good to play as the King 7, so I'd expect a raise probably from Harvey.
Yeah. Seems like a good hand to do it. Whoa.
It's such a big hand, you kind of don't want to just shove, but I think he's going to shove.
I agree. It's a pretty vulnerable, right? And you know that the chip leader is going to have hands like 8-5.
It's real hard to hang on if you get a bad flop against the chip leader too.
Yeah. Scoop those chips up. Nice work, Sean.
So again, first place is $257,600, which includes that $10,400 seat to the WPT World Championship. Second place, $165,000. Third place, $122,000. So a pay jump of $43,000. Second to third, and then $90,000 if you include the seat, first to second.
Everybody here popped into rural Sacramento, and they've all made over $120,000 already.
It's a great payday.
Nice. Harvey now with 5-3, suited in hearts.
Putting some pressure on there.
Yeah, that's nice. And this is a hand that Eric would usually defend. I don't know if he's going to with these stack sizes right now. He's been making some big folds.
It looks like he wants to call.
He does. Definitely wants to call. He lays it down. Nice pickup for Sean.
Yeah.
I feel like there's kind of a vibe for Sean right now it's almost like a free roll vibe, because he's gonna be happy even if he gets third. He'll be a happy guy. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And the other two, it would be a huge disappointment if Harvey doesn't win. And Afriat's going for his fourth title. It's gonna be a huge disappointment if he doesn't win. So I feel like they have more pressure on them than Sean does right now.
He's freewheeling and he's opening the queen fives and getting queen seven suited to fold. It's
Oh,
great.
yeah. You show up in a Zingara shirt, you're probably in a pretty good mood all the time.
I like his sunnies too.
Oh yeah.
Those are fresh.
See, this is a good spot for Eric here. I believe he's limping in order to shove if Harvey raises.
Oh, he was trapping, you think?
Yeah, I think so.
We thought we was trapping with the jacks too, though.
And the ace-9.
And the flop comes.
The problem is now it's
Jack
gonna be
9-8, and Harvey now has a straight draw.
It's going to be really difficult for Eric to win this pot.
But he stabs anyways.
Oh, yeah.
You seeing one here if you're Harvey?
At least calling. I mean, I don't mind a real small raise because it's not a disaster if you get your equity denied. If you raise there and you have to fold to a shove, that's no big deal. But it's so hard for Eric.
Ace on the turn.
Wow, it looks like he's winding up a bet here.
Yeah, the ace is better for his range. The limper from the small blind is way more likely to have the ace than
he's just going
Harvey.
for it.
I love it, man.
I do too.
And Harvey did fold there.
Wow, well played.
What a play, yeah. Great job there by Eric.
Nice work.
Really surprising us with lots of his plays so far today. That was a great one.
He's really mixing it up.
Got myself.
I'm starting to see why he has 3 WPT titles.
Yeah. He was telling Harvey that he has good instincts because he was limping to jam there. And Harvey didn't oblige. A little Doyle Brunson, win a pot, play a pot. Play the rush.
I don't hate it until Harvey picks up ace king.
For like 5th time on this final table.
He tried to sneak the old 5 high through. I love that.
This hand is so good, he doesn't want to just shove.
Maybe a little 800?
Yeah. Give Sean a chance.
Yeah. Not the spot you want to be in when you open 5-2.
No,
facing a
not.
3-bet.
And he is going to let it go.
Eric with the fold here. Harvey picking up another pot. Harvey's got just about, what, 70% of the chips now? Maybe more.
Look how cool that trophy looks.
Oh, yeah.
It's got Tyler Patterson's name on it.
Yeah, where do you know where you're at?
No, I don't know. It's on there somewhere. Got to get one of those little diamonds on it for winning a second one.
That's correct.
Is that true?
Yeah, they keep your name, but you get a little diamond in there.
Harvey now with ace-3. Raises to 325. Sean folds the 5-4.
It's a mystery hand.
Eric has 13-ish big blinds. Doesn't look like he's really thinking about it. The cards come up that high, they usually go into the muck.
He folds. Probably jacks again. Sean's college roommate is in the chat. What's up, Jeremy?
Nice. It's always nice when you got a rail. The little online rail when you're playing is really nice too.
I saw Scott Stewart on the rail.
Oh yeah, he's out there.
Yeah, he's supporting Sean.
And supporting Thunder Valley too. Scott
Yes.
Stewart, yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, Thunder Valley is paying the favor back to Stu. We got a nice dinner for him.
Very nice. Sean here with ace-8.
Not just the Champions dinner. There was just a Scott Stewart dinner. Just celebrating his big WPT win this year.
Were you surprised with the ace-8 fold there?
Oh, yeah.
Just didn't want to tangle with Harvey.
Yeah. Yeah, three-handed, the ace-8 can just see a flop, or he could three-bet. Three-betting is almost committing that stack, though. Eric has about 13 big blinds, I think, now.
Can spin that up really easily.
Eric now with ace-8.
Could be just a ripper.
Yeah.
I think Eric prefers just the raise instead because he likes to figure it out. You know, he likes the information coming back, and he might make a big fold.
He's running into it.
Yeah, but this is one of these spots that Eric's going to get away, I think, and most people would have just jammed, and they'd be
Yeah,
heading
you'd be
to
out the
rail.
door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sean declares himself all in.
It's possible he calls this off, but I don't think so.
I think if it was suited, he probably would have.
Just open ripped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The raise fold with ace-8 is kind of a cool play, actually.
It is, I agree. As long as you're not up against people getting real out of line. Like if Harvey's just putting you in the blender every time, then you can't do that.
Right. Kind of like that King 10 Jack spot. That was a bit of a blender.
Says he can't show that one. You can see it in 30 minutes, but Afriat's got to make it 30 minutes for it to matter. And right now he is the short stack. Down to 10 bigs.
It is a big hand. Good fold.
Doesn't really have any more maneuverability with raise folding now. We're going to just see all-ins probably.
I think that's probably true, yeah.
They have one down. It's suited on the right. Suited on the right. Reset on the right.
Harvey folds a 4-3 off. Now Sean in the small blind probably going to say all in.
Oh, and he beats him into the pot.
Quick call from Eric.
Quickly calls. Sean shows.
Does he have another 3-outer up his sleeve?
Eric Afriat hoping for this hand to hold up to go for his 4th title, his 10th final table on the World Poker Tour. And the flop is a king and 2 jacks.
He is real, boys.
Wow.
Oh.
And now Sean in the lead. Eric down to 2 10s or running straight.
I need a 10 for this thing to go to 5 o'clock, or I'm going to lose that bet too.
Oh, it's a king on the turn, and that's going to do it.
Night special.
Eric Afriat is our 3rd place finisher. Another great finish for Eric.
Nothing you can do there. I mean,
he is a
no, that's a tough one.
Very seems happy with his 3rd place finish, but I know he's not. He'll be back again. I mean, 10 final tables. It's pretty amazing.
All right, now we have a heads-up battle, 93 big blinds to 41. It's a 2-1 chip lead, but 41 big blinds is a lot of maneuverability.
This could be a long, grueling heads-up.
Could be a battle.
All right, I think they're going to set these chips up. Looks like it might be a short break, but we'll see. Maybe they're just going to move the players. And nope, we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll see what happens. Harvey Castro, the chip leader. Sean Daniels looking for his first WPT title. We will have a new name on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup from the WPT Rolling Thunder when we return.
Mark your calendars for one of the most exciting stops of the year. The WPT Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown, running from March 19th to April 8th at the Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood. With over $10 million in total guarantees, the festival kicks off with a $400 opener featuring a $1 million guarantee before ramping up to our $3,500 WPT Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown Championship from April 4th to 8th, boasting a $3 million guarantee. Last year, Josh Reichart topped a field of 1,869 entries and beat out a stacked final table to take home the title and over $830,000, having his name permanently inscribed on the Mike Sexton WPT Champions Cup. With over 70 events on the schedule, this is a festival you don't want to miss. For the full schedule, visit WPT.com and we'll see you in Hollywood, Florida. The World Poker Tour returns to Choctaw Durant Casino and Resort for an action-packed WPT Choctaw Festival running from April 16th to May 5th. With over 30 events on the schedule, the highlight of the festival is the televised $3,800 WPT Choctaw Championship featuring a $2 million guarantee beginning May 1st. Last season, we saw James Mackey outlast the competition to take home just over $360,000, claiming his second WPT Choctaw Championship title. With $2 million guaranteed, the Sexton Cup on the line, and the cameras rolling, Choctaw Durant is the place to play this spring. For the full schedule, preferred rates, and all the details, visit WPT.com. We'll see you there.
Table today. All seemed a little nervous, except for Eric. He seemed pretty comfortable and confident going in, and Paul as well. I thought that Paul had a real good presence. Of course, he is 6'10", so I had to lift my arm in the air to put the mic in his face, but he always a nice guy. Oh, Ben's moved all in with King 8 offsuit.
Blind versus blind. Oh, he runs into it.
Harvey makes a quick call here with Ace King. And Ben Primus is at risk here, all in for $1,125,000 as Harvey looks to extend his chip lead here early on this final table.
Ben was the shortest coming in, so he kind of knew this was coming pretty quick.
And they're able to put up the first 3 cards. It is a king, a queen, and a 6. Both players flopping a pair of kings. Ben has 3 outs here with 3 8s. Ben Primus needing help here. A 5 of hearts on the turn. And we could have our first elimination here, Tyler. It's 4 of diamonds, and Ben is out.
Still a pretty nice result for Ben, getting 6th place in this tournament. How much we have? 404 players, so 6th place is pretty solid.
Yes, he will take home. So I said I'm locked in today. I have to stay back here all day.
Wow. You're Eric's lucky charm. That does make sense, actually.
Yeah.
You played golf with him a couple times, I think.
I have. A very nice guy on the golf course. David's all in with Jack 10. Paul now with a 7.
In the big blind, and it's only 6.5 big blinds. I would expect Paul to call. He's not going to love it because it is a sizable portion of his stack, but too good a price and you have an ace, I think he's got to make the call. He's really thinking about it. He doesn't love it.
And he makes a call.
All right, he does call.
David Ha all in and at risk with Jack 10 offsuit up against ace 7 for Paul.
Not a bad spot for David at all. It's 44% here.
Jack 10 versus ace 7.
Pausing for dramatic effect.
Flop is 9-9 deuce. 2 clubs. Paul has the ace of clubs also. He's in the lead with his ace high, 73% to win this pot.
You see his outs are the jacks and 10s. He does have a backdoor straight draw as well there. Comes in the straight draw, and now he's got a lot more outs.
13's out. 13 outs, 29% to come from behind here. Stay in the tournament. David Haw all in. Still has almost all of his time chips. And he's going to not need them if it does not come one of these 13 cards that you see on the board.
That's a lot of cards, 13 cards. There's only, I don't know, 44 or something left in the deck.
And here it is. It's a 4 of hearts. That's not going to do it. We're going to lose David Haw. He is our 5th place finisher.
The limp raise doesn't necessarily have to be a real big hand.
And he might even do that if these cards are face up.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, this has to just be posturing. Eric can't be considering folding jacks 4-handed here. Or maybe he can. He's there and I'm not. Look at him, really thinking about folding the jacks. This is wild.
I hate jacks.
Sure, but
I would
not
have already folded them.
No, you wouldn't. 4-handed. 4-handed blind versus blind. He's really thinking about letting it go. I mean, Paul does only have like 15 big blinds, so there is a ladder up consideration, but I would imagine that Eric doesn't consider that too much because he's going for his 4th title. He's not looking to make an extra 30,000, I don't think.
He just does not want to go out 4th. I know Eric, he would hate it to go out 4th here.
Well, I'll give you 6-1 he calls.
6-1, you got it.
All right, we're on.
Can't talk about gambling here off the table, but
right, sorry.
There has been a bet placed.
Oh my goodness, he might fold. I can't believe I'm going to lose this bet.
I think he's going to.
Mark your calendars for one of the most exciting stops of the year. The WPT Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown, running from March 19th to April 8th at the Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood. With over $10 million in total guarantees, the festival kicks off with a $400 opener featuring a $1 million guarantee before ramping up to our $3,500 WPT Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown Championship from April 4th to 8th, boasting a $3 million guarantee. Last year, Josh Reichart topped a field of 1,869 entries and beat out a stacked final table to take home the title and over $830,000, having his name permanently inscribed on the Mike Sexton WPT Champions Cup. With over 70 events on the schedule, this is a festival you don't want to miss. For the full schedule, visit WPT.com and we'll see you in Hollywood, Florida. The World Poker Tour returns to Choctaw Durant Casino and Resort for an action-packed WPT Choctaw Festival running from April 16th to May 5th. With over 30 events on the schedule, the highlight of the festival is the televised $3,800 WPT Choctaw Championship featuring a $2 million guarantee beginning May 1st. Last season, we saw James Mackey outlast the competition to take home just over $360,000, claiming his 2nd WPT Choctaw Championship title. With $2 million guaranteed, the Sexton Cup on the line, and the cameras rolling, Choctaw Durant is the place to play this spring. For the full schedule, preferred rates, and all the details, visit WPT.com. We'll see you there.
Let's go ahead and shovel up and continue. All right, we are back in play here. Heads up now.
How much, Josh? Just over 6, like 6.2, I think. That's 5. Thanks. 5.5.
Back in the
6. 6,150.
All right, we're back. You heard Ben Irwin saying blinds are still 75-150. Heads up here with Harvey Castro and Sean Daniels.
Heads up for rolls, baby.
For new rolls for these guys. I mean,
True.
I don't know what I don't know what their life is like, but this is pretty big money.
$260K. My
Yeah.
God, that is a bink. Look at that mound of chips.
Oh yeah, that's beauty, isn't it?
Oh, just the setup.
Ben Irwin in the background back there.
Looking all business.
Oh yeah.
Boy, was he fun at the winery, though.
Oh yeah, he can get a little loose at times.
Oh, I loved it.
All business now. Geez, after the little wine tour, we also went to the Goat House Brewing Company.
How fun was that?
Little barn with cornhole and
You get to feed the animals, have some brewskis.
yeah, what a day that was. We always have little adventures out here at Thunder Valley.
That was a really fun day. All right. Kicking it up to 550 here with King 6.
We got a limp on the button first for Harvey.
Mm.
And then raise from Sean Daniels with the King High, taking it down.
He's making moves early. I like it.
It's always an interesting dynamic with the big blind ante heads up. 'Cause there's so much in the pot to start, you know?
That you're kind of forced to have to play a lot of hands.
Yeah, definitely forced to play a lot of hands, but also like a lot of guys have limping strategies on the button, but there's just so much out there that if the stacks aren't super deep, it might be worth just trying to win it right away.
I agree. Yeah.
But if you think you have any skill advantage, that does take away some of the stack depth if you're always raising the button, you know?
That's true.
I would imagine neither player thinks they're way better than the other at this point. They're both pretty tough.
Yeah. They've got probably a really good feel for how each of them are playing and have respect for each other's games, I'd imagine.
I would assume so. Sean is opening the button. Harvey's defended the 9-6. You have to defend almost everything with the big blind ante for a min raise.
Mm.
King of clubs, 3 of diamonds, 3 of hearts.
Not a bad flop for Queen 9.
No, it's plenty of showdown value. He doesn't have to bet here.
Yeah. Could be a value bet, though, too.
That's true, actually. You can get a peel from some 10-jack type hands.
Welcome back.
Good to be back.
Mood seems light for Daniels as usual.
Mm.
Castro seems a little more fierce at the moment.
Maybe that pressure of being CL the whole time.
Yeah, absolutely. You definitely feel like you're supposed to win.
Yes.
If you count that $10,000 seat, nearly $100,000 pay jump here.
Oh, that's a big heads-up match.
Sure is. What a spot to be in. Isn't that nice?
Mm.
Oh, to be 23 once again.
Yeah, I used to win tournaments back when I was 23, too.
Yeah.
The glory days.
Harvey makes the call, 150,000.
When I was 23, I wasn't on this main stage, though. I was playing in Pendleton, Oregon.
And I was clicking buttons in Thailand.
All right, both players in for the minimum here, 150, the big blind amount. Flop is ace, king, 10. Sean with the middle pair. Harvey with the straight draw, with the cut shot straight draw.
We might see some chips going here.
Yeah, there's some showdown value and stuff for Harvey, though, so he's going to check it.
Check, check. Turn card is a deuce of diamonds.
They both have good bluffy diamonds.
They do. Trying to get value on the turn. You like this?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Harvey can call with queen high for value here. It's not just a straight draw.
It's true. Maybe he could be leading some Jack X.
Or some other wheel draws, maybe.
Yeah.
Harvey gets away from it. Sean takes this one down.
So far, the heads-up match is going Sean's way.
Yeah, it's closing the gap. What a stage. Look at this setup. The table is spicy.
Really is.
Yeah.
Ben Irwin looking perplexed in the background.
Almost like a statue.
He knows it's not about him.
Wish I could say the same for myself.
I was going to say the same thing.
I beat you to it. Didn't want to. Meanwhile, the Savage Average tournament is going on outside. It's going quite well. We're down to 4 people.
Probably my least favorite tournament of the series.
Yeah. Bucky Wantman just lost a huge pot with Kings versus Ace Queen. The ace on the turn to Michael Wang.
Wow.
Both
Those aces are just
both
flying.
WPT champions.
Very good players.
All right, here we have Ace Jack 8 on the flop. Harvey with Queen 9. Sean with 10-3. Queen High in the lead.
Yeah, I saw that final table out there. Leanne is a really good local player, and there's another good local player in the mix, and Dylan Wilkerson.
You don't need a clock to play poker. You do have the action clock, which is good. All right, 200 bet and called. Sean led there with 10-3. A 3 on the turn. Picks up a pair. Flips the odds around to 80% in favor of Sean.
That's the only card he could have hit.
Yeah, a 10 ball would have made Harvey a straight. That'd be a pretty spicy river.
It would, wouldn't it?
We might not get to the river, however.
Dylan Wilkerson's out there, yeah. Good final 4.
Another WPT champion.
Sean bets.
He's just scooping pots left and right.
It's a nice bet with the 3 on the turn there.
Yeah.
I like that.
I wonder what his river plan was.
Yeah, it becomes a bluff on the river, I think.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the turn, it's kind of for value, kind of deny some equity.
Yeah.
Close the gap a little bit. We're now just under 2-1.
Plenty of big blinds. I imagine we'll see 3 here.
Yep, just peels.
Sean makes the call, 350,000. Flop, 4 of clubs, 8 of clubs, 4 of diamonds.
This could be a fun check raise, Ann.
Yeah, let's see how much Sean's really getting after it.
Yeah.
However, I mean, Harvey can bet here because the 7 gives him some stuff he can keep betting on the turn. He does have showdown value. He could just check it back, but it looks like he's going for a little bet.
Harvey bets 275,000.
This pausing leads me to believe a check raise is incoming.
He kind of has a check raise
right?
face on. Yeah.
You could just see it. Oh, bad read. All right, I was due to lose one.
He shook his head after he folded. He wanted to go for it.
Yeah, he did.
You could see he had that thought.
Looks like about 14 million to
6.8.
6. Yeah, 6. Yeah, right around 6. 20 million in play.
So nice when you get to the level where they color up to 100K chips. Oh, it's so nice to see the pink chips come in.
We call them the pinky tuscaderos.
I don't know if I saw a pink chip the strip.
Oh.
But yeah, they look really cool.
I got some, but only in one tournament.
That was the
NorCal Jack Stack.
The Jack Stack. Fun names here. The Leaning Tower.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone dressed up on day 2.
For sure. Ben loves an unnecessary theme.
I'm all about it.
The gondoliers were serving pizza.
Jack 10 suited, my favorite hand for Sean. King Queen for Harvey.
This could be a fun one.
Oh, yeah. This is one of those ones it's a good 3-bet hand, but also that limits the stack depth. So you might want to just call and play it.
And Sean did raise to 550.
All right.
We got a nice pot brewing here.
Yeah, real interesting spot for Harvey. He could also, I'm sorry, Sean just raised there. Harvey limped first.
Right.
So Harvey really could make this about 1.2 million.
Just small ball in it. I like it. I
yeah,
like
me
it.
too.
Keep the bluffs in.
Sure. Much better shot of getting that 515 over under.
A 2-club flop, 884. Sean with slight lead.
This is going to take 2 barrels to win the pot. Harvey's not going to fold on the flop.
Agreed. Too strong. Small bet, too. Quarter pot.
That's kind of nice because it keeps it so you can make a big bet without committing yourself on the turn.
I like the small bet.
Yeah.
He picked a really good sizing here. You want to incentivize the king high float so then you can wind up a big old turn bet.
That's right. I think we're going to see a big one. A queen would be a great card.
Oh, yeah.
Turn card, 6 of spades.
We're going to give this pot to Sean Daniels.
I agree.
$2 million in the pot, 5.6 in his stack. He wants to make a big bet, but if he does, he's kind of committed.
Yeah.
So if he bets 1.6 or something, kind of don't want to fold.
Yeah, I like
He
around
could fold.
I like around half pot here.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got to tell the story, right? He isolated pre, you know.
Yeah, and the hands you're targeting will probably fold for even only 800 or something.
Yeah.
But we checked.
Oh, wow.
Ooh,
zing.
Wow.
Gara.
Zingara on the river.
Is he going to get trappy?
Don't know. Are you going to get a lot of bluffs? You're probably not going to get
Probably
very many
not when it
bluffs.
goes check checks.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going small.
Sean will bet 400,000.
Kind of baiting him, right?
Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty value-y, but King Queen does beat some hands still.
Mm.
I don't really think a bluff makes a lot of sense from Harvey in this spot.
Yeah, especially with. It'd be more interesting if he had the king of clubs.
Right. And just
All right.
lays it down. Good fold.
Yeah, good fold. This heads up's going all Sean so far.
Still working on closing the gap.
Mm.
Those are some fancy looking shorts to go with the Zingara shirt.
It looks like he's ready to maybe go to the pool later.
Maybe this, oh, that's a sweatshirt. That's
Oh,
hanging around.
that
He's
wasn't
got pants
shorts. Well, we like the get up regardless.
Absolutely. I think that's my job in the commentary booth is to comment on their attire.
Clothing.
Yeah. It's my specialty.
And drinking green beers.
Well, that was nice. It's St. Patrick's Day, man.
I mean, I was all for it. All right, opening up the old Jack 4 offie on the button.
Seems like a call, but it looks like he's winding up a 3-bet here with the suited connector.
That's kind of fun.
Sure. Looks like he picked a good spot. I think that's probably going to do it.
Yeah.
Tough to play against a guy who looks like he's always thinking about getting out of line.
I know. Even there, I was kind of thinking it was a 4-bet coming.
It looked like he was thinking about it.
Yeah. Table presence is scary.
$23 old for Harvey Castro, and Sean Daniel's kind of the old guard. I mean, he still looks like a young guy. He's, I don't know.
He's our
close
age.
to 40, yeah.
Yeah.
Our age.
Really? Keep dreaming.
Another couple of good ones.
Yeah, all options are good with Jack 10 suited. You can limp, you can raise, you just never fold.
Yeah. Sean's hand is 3-bettable, but it's actually a really nice hand to just play.
Yeah, I don't mind just calling.
Yeah.
Oh, everyone caught a little piece.
Yeah, Harvey's got a bet for value here.
Absolutely.
Both of them have backdoor flush draws.
Surely one's coming in on the turn. The spade would make it more interesting, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah. Little 9 of spades would be fun. Okay.
And there it is.
Pot's getting real interesting. Sean could be put in a tough spot. Jack 10 doesn't beat a lot of hands anymore. He could just check it back.
And he does. I don't expect many chips going in now.
Yeah, that card might have killed the action.
Yeah, that's a scare card for all.
And Sean wins a nice pot there, and Castro didn't get out of line, you know.
He lost the minimum.
Yeah.
With a lot of equity. Pot controlled the turn. That was good.
He's got to be happy with how he played it now.
For sure.
Hearing a little life on the rail now.
What friends? No, I can wait. I'll wait for the luckiest one.
All right, Sean just ordered a beer. We've made it to the beer level.
Let's go.
Says he's got $8 million. He's picking away here, so it's about $12 million to $8 million in favor of Harvey Castro.
Perfect.
I think Sean's from this area, but I do see him in Vegas a lot.
Is Harvey going to go with the 3-bet here again?
I mean, I already did with that exact hand once.
As a player, do you remember say, it worked last time, I'll try it again?
And he does exactly that.
3 bets to 800,000. Sean's going to be out of his hand, and he is.
2-0 with the 8-6 suited 3-bet.
Oh, yeah. Players give us a little bio sheet, and Sean Daniels here is asked what he's going to do with the money if he wins, and he says, can't say on TV.
That's spicy. What could that be?
I don't know, but we might have to celebrate with Sean tonight.
Yeah, seriously.
Sean Daniels did win the Lucky 7 tournament years ago for $777,777.
Wow, that's a nice result.
Pretty nice win.
Yes.
So he has a bracelet then?
Yes. They give those away for that event, I think.
Trinkets.
Yeah.
I love a good trinket. The Mike Sexton Champions Cup is not a trinket. That is a beast.
Yeah, that is a beast. Do you have one in your bar area next to the pool table? All right, Jack 10 deuce on the flop. Harvey with middle pair 10s. 8 deuce offsuit for Sean. It's not going to take much to get Sean out of this pot, but he does have bottom pair deuces. Turn card is a queen, and now a straight draw for Harvey in addition to his 10s. Sean also has a straight draw if Harvey were to make 2 pair. That would be a spicy card.
It would.
It could be, yeah.
A check from Sean.
And there's the spice.
Oh, my gosh. 2 pair.
And a gutter coming
in. That is
in.
unreal. I was kind of joking about that, and all of a sudden,
zing,
Gara.
This is a great spot for a big bet because it's real hard to fold 2 pair in a heads up situation.
He bets 300,000.
So the smaller sizing and
half pot.
Yeah.
You would have went for greed, huh?
Well, maybe. I mean, it.
And he does make the call, and he's going to see the bad news about that 9 on the river. It makes a queen high straight. Sean Daniels picking up another pot here.
Oh, victory sip. Oh, he's having a great time.
I'm going to make it about me again. You mentioned the Mike Sexton Champions Cup sitting on my mantle in the bar room. It's right next to my Matt Savage Invitational Golf Trophy.
There you go.
What if, did you
those are harder
ship it?
Those are a lot harder to come by than bracelets, I'll tell you that.
I didn't win the whole tournament. I just won one day.
That's still a big win.
That was a lovely win.
He did have the big lead going into the last day a long time ago, and then made about an 8 on a par 3.
An 8?
Second to last hole.
Yeah.
How many balls do you lose?
A couple.
Yikes.
All right.
Propelled Lane Flack to the victory.
Yeah. Sean Daniels raised to 400,000
throwback.
with 6-4. Harvey with the 9-6 makes the call. Flop is 9-10-4. Sean with pair of 4s, Harvey pair of 9s. So both players flopping a little bit here. And Sean bets 600,000.
Chunky bet.
Very chunky.
If you're in Harvey's spot here, you had the massive chip lead, and it seems like Sean's chipping away here. Bets like this become a little more scary.
Yeah, this is a rough spot because you're not going to be folding middle pair on the flop in the heads-up pot, but you don't love it.
No. You definitely have to see the turn, though.
6.
6 would be awesome.
5 on the turn.
It's hard to call a river bet if you check back here. I kind of like betting just to get a little cheaper showdown.
Goes check, check. Oh my God! The river card's a 4.
What a card.
Unreal.
Harvey could bet for some value here.
Or bluff catch.
Yeah, I think that's more likely that he checks and tries to call a bluff.
I mean, look at all those draws that whiffed.
Sure.
He does check it.
It's going to be real tough for Harvey to fold this river bet.
Yeah. Especially if he goes really polar.
What kind of bet? Yeah, what kind of bet makes it look like it's
Big. Over 2/3.
Yeah, I kind of like a big bet too.
I like 1.6, 1.8.
Oh, he does go for the big one.
That's 2.2 million.
Pot.
Full pot. And Harvey's like, oh no.
This is just the spot you don't want to be in.
Yeah.
He's like, did he really have a 4 betting the flop? That's what he has to figure out.
Also, Sean did check the turn, and the combo bluffs, like the draws that missed, probably would have bet the turn. So he might be able to get out here.
Making it even harder, though, right? You have a
Yeah.
decision.
He only has 3 time chips left. Definitely going to use one of them here.
Tyler still not liking the time chips at the final table.
No, I
What's
told
your
you I
beef
like
with
it.
them?
I think it's illogical because they're not. You don't need to save time anymore at the final table. It's a cool added pressure element that I like, but I don't think the tournament needs it. I don't think it's like no one's stalling anymore. You know.
Interesting.
A second time extension, leaving himself with just 1.
You know what they say? Think long, think wrong.
I've heard that many times. I wish more players believed it.
You try to run that old bluff?
Wow, if he has to use the other one, that's more pressure. It's hard not to act honestly when the clock's beaten down.
And he
does make the call. Shows a 4.
I don't blame him for that call.
No, me neither. Me neither. There was a clue when Sean checked the turn, but
And Sean is now the chip leader.
wow. Big swing.
He came in with $6 million, and now he is at 11.4. He is cruising.
Unbelievable. Sean Daniels, a new chip leader, 11,475,000 to 8,575,000.
We knew this was going to be a battle.
Well, yeah, they still average of 50 big blinds. Pretty nice.
You can play a lot of poker with those stacked depths.
So we're both about 50 bigs. Harvey now with King Jack up against Queen 5.
Gotta say, it's a lot easier to predict the action with Eric Afriot out of the tournament now.
Yeah.
Yeah. We saw some next level plays going on.
Absolutely.
Harvey raises to 450. Harvey still with plenty of chips, and we know he's a great player. He's been playing really well this whole week.
He's got that 3-bet look. Oh, there it is.
Makes it 1.2 million.
Gotta imagine Harvey's got a call here.
Oh, it just does so well in
Play
position.
position against the bluffs. You might be good enough to 4-pet, but if you do, it's
Yeah, when you have suited, let's just take it to the streets, you
I
know?
like it better too.
2.6 million in this pot. Harvey would take back the chip lead in a big way if he to win this one. And this is pre-flop. Wow, comes down
there it is.
5, a 9, and a 4.
No diamonds in sight.
The deck has turned into Sean's favor.
Well, to be fair, this whole FT, he's seen some luck.
Yeah. Well,
King.
Harvey definitely saw some too.
Yeah.
And this is a fantastic flop for Sean, but it's not that comfortable. You're in a big pot now with just a 5.
Sean bet 750 and the fold.
It doesn't
fold.
even float. Very disciplined.
Yeah,
there.
good fold by Harvey.
I don't know if I
nice.
have that kind of discipline.
One diamond, I'm sure he peels, but that's
Yeah.
it's tough when there's no diamonds out there.
Respect.
Momentum clearly in Sean's favor now. I mean, when you're 23 years old, nothing should bother you, right?
I was like,
It's
where's
a
he
big
going
moment.
with this?
It's a big moment for him. It definitely bothers him.
I don't know. He seems pretty cool and collected.
Man, so nice. You make the out of position queen 5 3-bet and win the pot. That is a nice feeling.
Yeah. And so is King 9 suited versus King 5. The heat continues.
Looks like it.
Sean now raises to 400,000 with King 9.
These are the kind of hands that Sean has been 3-betting this King 5. I feel like Harvey's probably more likely to call.
Flop is Jack, Jack 4.
I'm sure both players think King High is probably the best hand.
Agreed.
This is a perfect bet when you're up against King 5. I feel like King 5 is going to have to peel.
Yeah. That King of Clubs plays a big role as well.
$300,000 bet and called.
Picks up a straight draw here. Could turn this hand into a bluff instead of value now, but it does have showdown value, so we might check it back.
Feels like he checks here.
I think most likely. But
Raw.
he does have a chance to get the 4 to fold now, and ace high can fold now.
That's a really good point.
He does get it through.
Oh, that's got to feel nice too.
Back-to-back speculative spots going his way.
Now up to 13.6 million.
And the rail's starting to make some noise out there.
Can you hear Scott? Is
Oh,
he
yeah.
going wild?
Oh yeah, Scott's out there. Scott Stewart's out there rooting for Sean Daniels.
The booth appreciates you, Scott.
BJ Nemeth in the background, one of the best poker reporters in the game.
Absolutely.
Nice to have him out here.
Top journalist.
I gotta say, here at Thunder Valley and basically the WPT in general is not going to get a hand wrong at Showdown.
Let's hope not anyway. Flop 8-8-6. Finally a flop in favor of Harvey. He's flopped trips and it's a check from Sean.
It is an airball hand that Sean could get out of line with, but I don't see it right now.
Unless he's trying to press the heat.
Yeah.
Man,
No,
he
he's
gets away
making
with it.
Making good decisions.
What's up next for the World Poker Tour, Matt?
Next up for me, I'm going to the Seminole Hard Rock. I'll be going in early April. That festival has already begun. It's underway right now. And like I said, they always do a great job out there. After that, we're going to Choctaw in Dallas. So I'm sure that we'll see Harvey Castro out there as well. Bay 101 is back with a shooting star in October. And then we have some other announcements coming up quick. Excited about another big festival coming up on the World Poker Tour.
Pencil me into the Shooting Star. Welcome back. That's going to be fun. What a fun main that is.
Yeah, that was legendary. That was one of the most fun tournaments that ever existed, really.
Until COVID came. Boring. I can't believe they made you chop. Let them play.
I don't know, man. We didn't know what was going on.
That's
there could
true.
have been lives on the line. We didn't know.
Yeah, that's true. It was a 12-way chop, wasn't it?
I think 11,
10,
maybe
10 ways.
Oh,
10
it was
ways.
10 ways.
Craig Marinello definitely did not want to chop, and you guys forced him into it.
God. I don't know about that. I think he was scared of Chrissy Foxen.
She is
All right,
tough.
Sean makes the call here. I believe that was a call, right?
Yeah, I think it was a limp and then an ISO with Jack 4 out of the big blind.
Right, and now 10-9 makes the call.
Yeah.
Flop is 9-7-6, 9-7-6 on the flop.
The heat
Sean
continues.
with top pair
Yeah.
and a straight draw. Neither player with a spade in their hand.
Harvey with complete air balls could just give up, but also maybe one stab.
Yeah, I wouldn't fault him if he just says, you know, this is all him.
Yeah. Well, the board is so wet, you might get hands like Queen Jack or King Jack to fold.
That's true.
When you say wet board, what do you mean, Tyler?
You love your job, don't you, Matt?
I do.
A lot of stuff going on, you know? There's just straight draws, flush draws.
Dynamic.
A lot of dynamic.
And a 1 million chip dynamic bet from Sean, and he wins the pot.
He is steam rolling.
It's tough when you get in these spots and the cards just turn on you, like they have on Harvey here.
Yeah.
But both
Heads
players
up.
have played great to get to this spot. So
Yeah.
nothing to be ashamed of, that's for sure.
Heads up, unfortunately, comes down to distribution a lot of the time. Unless you find some really, really cool bluffs.
That is true. Sean's basically flopping a pair every hand, so it's pretty tough for Castro.
Yeah.
My favorite hand once again for Sean, Jack 10 suited
Lots of Jack 10 suiteds today.
versus Ace 3. Harvey calls from the button. Tony Dunst tells me all about the limps when your head's up, or it's way more common.
Yeah, it's a big part of the game now.
Yeah, definitely. I'm real surprised Sean didn't raise from the big blind there.
The deceptive check.
King 6-3 on the flop, 2 hearts. Harvey with a pair, backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, and Sean just spider sensed this one.
Yeah.
He would have lost a pretty big pot if he 3-bet there, or if he raised there.
Yeah. Everything's going right.
Yeah.
Tom Cruise, All the Right Moves. Another movie before your time.
It sure is, Matt. It sure is.
Tom Cruise is an actor.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate that.
He does all of his own stunts.
Yeah, I remember seeing him in Tropic Thunder.
Okay.
Was he?
And Days of Thunder. Oh,
Yeah,
my
it's-
goodness. Tom Cruise is all about Thunder Valley.
That's right. Sean raises to 400,000, and the 10-5 gets out of his way. Sean Daniels wins another little pot. It's up to 14.6, which means that Harvey's down to about 5 million, 5.5 million.
Days of Thunder was the first rated R movie I ever saw in a theater.
Con Air was mine.
Good ones. Those are good ones.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Matt, did they rate movies when you were a kid?
I was black and white, so. Harvey's King 10 up against 9-5, all clubs. And the flop is Ace, Queen, Deuce, 1 club. Sean checks. Bet of 200,000 from Harvey. Sean folds. This is where one of those spots where when things start going my way, I really start pushing things, and Sean's doing the exact opposite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gone right back to being patient, and that's
Hey, he's sipping his beer. He's loving life.
enjoying the moment, as they say.
Enjoying the chip lead. And the rowdy rail.
Yeah, when you come in as a 2-to-1 dog, you know, you don't think you're always going to win. And he's flipped the script.
Yeah.
Sean had this hand just a few hands ago, 10-9 of diamonds, up against Queen 3 for Harvey. The raise to 400,000.
All right, Harvey hits it, but Sean doesn't really have much.
No, but he did open, so we're going to see at least one from him.
That's a good point.
2 pair for Harvey.
A jack would be fun.
Yeah, I was going to say there's not very many cards that are going to keep Sean bluffing, I don't think. I think this hand is very likely over.
Turn card's an 8.
That's a gut shot.
It's a maybe. Yeah, I mean, you could get a 3 to fold. That's really the only hand you can get to fold. Maybe king high.
And he doesn't stab. He checks back.
Right. I think I like that. There's just not enough hands you're going to get to fold that are better.
That's true. Keeping the pot small, you know.
This is a miserable card for Harvey. I mean, still very likely winner, but you're not going to get value from anything. Could bluff catch.
Aces and queens, 2 pair. The counterfeited board for Harvey, but still wins the pot.
A confidence pot, you know.
Oh, yeah. $100,000 heads-up match.
Absolutely, and that shot into the WPT World Championship as well, where you can win millions more. Sean Daniels' friend Scott Stewart won over $2.5 million in a chop. Harvey with King 10, Sean with Jack 9. Harvey raises to 450. Blinds are 1 in 200,000.
They're also battling it out for the tournament champions dinner.
That's right.
That's pretty sweet.
Seen a few of those at other properties too. Thunder's not the only one who does it.
Queen 6-4 on the flop. King high in the lead for Harvey. Sean checks. Sean checks. Harvey bets 400,000.
Could possibly take one off here, but
Yeah.
see a fold also.
Why take one off?
Well, you're drawn to the Jack 9 just to beat a 4 or a 6 or an ace high or a king high or something, but also there's some straight draws that you can turn it into a bluff.
Yeah, the queen with the jack and the 9, things open up. So I don't fault him for folding, but I could see him floating as well. Ooh.
Sean with kings now against 10-4 for Harvey.
The boys. That's always a rush.
That's so nice.
Harvey does make the call. Flops 8-8-3, one club. A check from Harvey. Sean bets 300,000.
Might just do it, but Harvey's looking like he's thinking about something.
You think you would?
Most likely just fold, but
here are some raising
getting up to
chips.
it.
Raised to 775.
This is a weird feeling in Sean's spot because, I mean, you love it. You have kings, now you're playing a big pot, but this check raise, if it's for value, you don't beat much.
You don't. So you got to put on your cape,
Yeah.
close your eyes, and keep calling.
Certainly not folding now, but he could by the river.
A club would be fun.
Yeah, then he would probably keep it up.
Turns the 6 of spades.
Now, what do you do if you're Harvey?
Most likely give up, but
No, you keep going. You got to tell the story.
you tell the
I
whole
have an
story.
8.
You're just going for the whole. I have an 8.
I have an
you
8.
are going to fold.
Yes.
But you know you're not going to actually get him to fold kings. Well, not likely, but could get him off ace high.
And that's kind of what we're targeting, right?
Right.
Like, who gets kings heads up?
He does continue.
Wow. I love it.
Very believable sizing.
Mm-hmm. Setting up the river jam.
He's certainly not folding yet. This is the kind of spot where Afriat just looks right into Harvey's soul and somehow knows that he can fold kings when he has an 8 and call when he has 10-4 suited.
And that's the difference.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that's what Helmuth and Afriat have that we don't.
The spidey senses.
Now, if you're Harvey, you're just sick.
Yeah. You're like, would you just go away, please?
Yeah. Now you're trying to muster up the courage for the river jam. Oh, now it's over. The jig is up.
You cannot represent quads.
No.
That is not a thing.
It's over. It's check fold. God, it would have been nice to see like a 5 or a 9. you know.
A 10 is interesting as well.
That becomes check call, though.
Right.
But yeah, he would get a bet in, probably.
Yeah.
And there's a check.
Are you going small here?
I think so, because you're trying to get a 3 or a 6 to call.
Yeah.
Or maybe open the door for an insane bluff.
The old check shove.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
I mean, he could certainly have check raised the flop with like 5s or 7s or something. So it's,
Yeah. And look at, he bet tiny.
Yeah.
Which I like.
Me too.
And Harvey has to fold.
He knows the jig is up.
Yeah. It's kind of a bet where he's like, I know you have nothing.
Big pot there.
Look at that. He is having a wonderful time.
You want to take like 10?
Yeah.
The break's wrong. We're going to do one more level. That was just an hour and a half. We're going to do one more.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're going to do 125, 250. And then we'll do a break after that.
15 million to 5 million. Wow.
Yeah, 3-1 lead for Sean now, and they're raising the blinds up. There it is, almost 100,000. Harvey limps with the queen 4 off, and Sean with the queen 6 off. Decides to check this time instead of barreling with the blocker.
Flop jack 7-7. Both players with queen high. It's very likely split pot here.
With the blinds up, I imagine we're going to see a lot of limping on buttons. A lot of calling.
Yeah, maybe for both. It's possible that Sean wants to keep applying the pressure. Little bet from queen high. Could expect a call too. Yeah, this is nice.
Both of them aren't too thrilled with that turn card.
Right. Brings a lot of hands in that they would have been calling with.
Mm-hmm.
Feel like he goes check here, and I'm wondering if Sean's gonna
maybe go
bluff
for
the river.
it.
It does seem like a great spot to do it, just because.
Yeah, because like, does he really think queen high is good?
Right, I don't think he does. You're not getting a lot of things to fold, though.
Yeah, true.
You are getting other queen highs and king highs to fold.
Chop it up.
Chop.
Queen 6, Harvey shows queen 4. That's a chop pot.
You hear Stu SA in the background.
7, 9, queen, jack, rabbit.
Pretty unlucky.
Little shout out to Jackrabbit Brewing for making us a little beer here for Thunder Valley. That's what Sean's drinking there. Earl's out there from Jackrabbit Brewing, also rooting on Sean. Sean wrote in his bio for favorite player, Scott Stewart. Wonder if anybody else put a favorite player on their bio. Doesn't look like it.
Who's your favorite player?
After today, I don't know, maybe Afriat. That was some wild stuff today.
Mm-hmm.
I like Yoon Q's song.
Sean with the queen 10
Who's
raises
here?
to 500,000. Yoon Kyu.
Yeah, former champion here, right? Didn't he win?
Player of the year, WPT Player of the Year. He did not win here.
Oh no, he got like third or something here.
Yeah. And all in
rips
from
it.
Harvey.
Really nice.
Sean takes a little time to fold that one. I like Harvey's temperament and game. Believe he is here to stay.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot of him, I'm sure.
Yeah.
23 years old. He's wearing a wedding ring.
Hey, all right.
Wow. When you know, you know.
Wedding band, I think. Were you married at 23?
I was in Thailand.
Oh.
Absolutely not.
Married now, though. Newly married.
Yeah.
Jordan Westmoreland.
Hi, Kate. Love you.
All right, Sean with Queen 8, Jack 3 for Harvey, and 9-5-4 flop. 2 clubs. Back doors for Harvey. Sean in the lead with the Queen High.
Backdoors and no showdown value. I think you got to have
I think you need to bet.
a fire here.
Yep.
He does. 500,000.
A little 40% pot there. I like it.
You usually want to continue with hands like Queen 8 here, but no diamond again. He might just give it up.
Yep, and he does.
Nice bluff from Harvey.
Mm-hmm. He's fighting.
They have a piece, or are they just good friends? Just good friends, mostly.
We like you too.
You guys hear the rail?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Harvey asked if the rail had a piece of Sean or if they're just good friends. He said just good friends.
Mostly.
Mostly. They are getting a little spicy. They booed a pot when Harvey won.
Oh, no. Easy, boys.
Harvey laughed about it. I think it's
Oh,
all right.
nice. He's getting around it.
Yeah.
500,000 raise with Sean with a 5 deuce. That'll get through.
He has 0 piece. He's just great.
Harvey calls 250 with 9 deuce of diamonds.
He likes his Queen X and King X. Maybe he pumps it up.
He had exactly Queen 6 just a couple orbits ago and didn't raise it.
There he goes. Big, too. 4 times the big
4X.
blind.
Tough to defend the 4X.
Yeah. Hard to get a pot through him.
Yeah, it's nice. Nice win for Sean.
How you feeling about your bet?
The 5 o'clock bet feels okay right now.
515.
515 it is.
You got some equity.
We got a chance.
It's 125, 250.
Wonder if he's thinking about a 3-bet here.
Yeah, he said all in.
Oh, wow. I think that's the computer hand.
Nobody, calm down.
No action.
And gets it through. That was ballsy.
Yeah, the 20 big blind 3-bet.
No fear.
You like the king 6 jamming there?
That's what the kids do.
That is?
Yeah.
I mean,
That's the one hand, apparently.
oh, yeah? That's the one?
That's the one hand.
Whoa.
The king 6 offie.
So you're saying he's a GTO wizard?
I don't know his game well enough to say that, but that play was very whizzy.
All right, we got a lot of clubs here. Queen 6 and King 5. And Harvey calls the 250. And Sean checks his option. Flop is 10-9-4, all diamonds.
Usually give these ones to the guy in position.
A check from Sean.
Cue ball on the turn. To check or to lead?
Yeah, we thought about it
Yeah.
for a good amount. Probably got a bet for value, but you don't really want to get check raised here.
Yeah, true. That'd be a blender spot.
Yeah. You don't want to let free cards roll off either, though.
Yeah. I think you definitely need to protect.
King high has a shot of being good here. And there's a gut shot, but the diamonds make it pretty ugly.
He's not a believer, though.
Yeah, he's going to go
Sean
for the
makes
call.
a call. Seven on the river. Changes nothing in this hand except that Sean might just check fold here.
You going for value here?
If it's not against a guy who has a big check raise bluff in him, I probably would. I don't know if I'd feel that comfortable against Sean. I might just check it back against him.
There he goes. No fear, Harvey.
Good bet.
Felt suspicious on the flop.
All right, we're almost through one beer. How many beers are we going to get from Sean, you think?
I'd say 2.5.
Wow.
I think we're going to see a battle.
It's a nice hand to just play for Harvey. I think we'll probably see a call.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, we're wrong again.
Does get a lot of hands that are bigger to fold.
Like King 6. He's really opening it up. And when you are cold, you find yourself in not too bad of spots.
Most of the time,
yeah.
You might have the sevens, 6, 7s, and 8s. They might have the ace queen. You know,
Yeah.
10-9 suited plays pretty well against those hands.
Yeah. Cool play there.
Yeah.
Nice work.
53,000 for Ben Primus. I was gonna announce all of it, but they took the graphic away, so now I don't remember.
If only you were sipping on a green beer, you'd be able to do it.
Oh yeah. Memory's a lot better when they got a green beer flowing. Wheel.
Queen, Jack 6. And Sean, 2 clubs.
Do you really want a wheel, though, for your bet?
Oh, no. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't. Just like it for the interesting action.
Right. He's got that look.
He certainly does have that look.
And he's winding up. This is cool.
Wow.
Makes a raise, wins the pot, raises 750.
Nice check raise there.
Yep.
Couple of backdoor draws, but not really very much there.
That was just all feel right there. His timing's been great.
Oh yeah, that was really nice. I feel like Harvey has a little bit too much to just shove over a raise now. Like this is probably a call spot.
Yeah. But we have seen some big rips.
We have, and that's definitely a good hand to do it with.
Too strong.
Flop is Queen, a Jack 10.
Oh, big flop.
Yeah. We could see some fireworks here.
Both players with the King for the Broadway draw.
King high doesn't really get better hands to fold, so he could just check.
Or you could put a lot of pressure on 10x and Jack X.
That's true. It takes multiple barrels for that.
Both guys aren't afraid, though. Let's pump up the bets.
Harvey does make the call. Seven on the turn.
Not the best barrel card for Sean, right? That 7 coming in.
No, it's not great.
I guess it's better than a repeat.
Oh boy.
And there he goes.
You're going to see all in from Harvey here.
I don't mind it.
I might get like 10-9, Jack-9 to fold.
Yeah. Because when you do call and miss, what do? It's a tough spot.
Kind of think we're going to see all in here.
Yeah.
Wow.
King on the river. Uh-oh.
Looks like a chop pot to me.
It definitely does.
Does it?
Yes.
Oh, does it?
I mean,
Yeah.
not necessarily, but I don't see him betting this one. I think he's just gonna check
knuckle it.
Yeah.
Why not shove?
We're turning top pairs into bluffs, huh? That's
not?
why you're in the booth.
You just don't get that many hands to fold that are better.
You serious? Oh, there we go.
Sean also checks. Harvey
Oh,
shows
it's me a split pot. I like a shove there.
All right.
All right.
I love it.
I look for you playing some tournaments then.
And you'll be folding.
You would have been folding that.
I
for
would
sure.
have. You're right. You would have owned me.
Me too, though.
13,550 to 6,500.
I think Sean's pretty pumped he chopped that pot.
Yeah.
He looks pretty happy. I would be.
He would have been happier had he shoved.
He was claiming to his rail that he was going to shove if it wasn't that card.
I believe him.
Yeah?
Yeah. There's some people I don't, but I believe
Or at
he
least
would.
bet.
Yeah.
Maybe not shove, but he was claiming he was going to win the pot if that card didn't come.
Probably just calling here, right?
I think so. I don't know. He has enough chips that
Yeah,
can,
that's
he
true.
can raise good hands in position.
Yeah. It's not the worst if you have to raise fold a suited king, I guess.
Sean calls.
Ooh.
Jack 6, 7, 2 diamond.
Big flop.
Yeah, big flop for Sean, and Harvey's got enough to continue.
He does. Oh, he checks.
Oh, 7.
What a
Oh,
card.
my God.
Can Sean check again?
Yeah, he could. He definitely
Wind up
could.
the check raise.
Could. This is very draw heavy, so it's going to look like a bluff.
Yeah. Leading school, too, though.
Feels like just a call for Harvey.
Yeah. A heart would be disastrous.
Gotta fade the heart here.
It's an 8.
A check would be pretty cool here.
You gonna get a lot of bluffs, you think?
Oh, he
He got
does.
some value bets too, actually, but I think he's gonna check back this one. Get better king high and ace high to fold. Even with a smallish bet.
Maybe with the 5 in his hand, he's repping a 4-5.
Sure.
2.1 million.
Whoa.
No.
And he goes
He went
for it
big.
at the wrong time. Oh, brutal. This is when you're Sean just loving life. You're just faking it.
Finally got this kid, he's thinking.
Mm-hmm. You're thinking about the trophy right now.
Thinking about Vegas and the effing Mirage. Whoa, the time extension.
Oh, your favorite play
Love
has
it.
just come in.
Love it.
The fakey time extension play.
But then when you shove, it just doesn't. Oh. It doesn't work.
No.
No one uses the time extension and then bluff shoves.
Ever.
Wins the pot.
Steam rolling. To be fair, when does the check shove never not look strong, though?
Oh, it looks so strong. Yeah.
So there's nothing you could do.
Right.
It's just strike the whole way.
That was just a burning the time chip for no
Yeah.
reason.
Yep. He started with 6 million and now he has nearly 17. It's just been all Sean. But Harvey's played well.
Yeah, that was a really nice check from Sean, though, to get that bluff out of him.
Yeah.
He might have been able to get a little value from some hands, but wasn't going to get that much.
Now Sean comes right back with ace king.
Oh, he just limps in. He's trapping.
Wow.
He's trying to get the shove.
Yeah, he only has 2.7 million. He could shove. I mean, I like to play this hand, so I wouldn't want to do it. But
I wouldn't fault him.
No, not at all.
Oh,
he's
here it
got
is.
it.
Oh, look at he's beating him to the pot. Here it is.
Real big one. So I need a Jack 7 to sneak out of this one to get to 5 o'clock.
I'm impartial.
Dramatic pause.
Mm. And there it is.
There's the Jack.
Wow. And just like that, now he's a big favorite. Brick.
4. Harvey looking to double up here. Be right back up to 6 million in chips.
Hearing some aces and kings being shouted from the rail.
River's a 10. And jacks will hold up for Harvey. And a double up.
Now it's only 2-1 after that.
Mm-hmm. That was big.
2-1.
Big double there.
And we have 56 to 25 big blinds now.
For sure, I'm an idiot.
Back at the stack depth where we can see some flops without having to get it in now.
Yeah. Harvey isn't afraid to put 20 big blinds, 25 big blind shoves, though.
That is true. Watch out for king 6 off.
You thought I limp called Jack 7?
Someone asked who had what, and Sean said, "You thought I limp called a Jack 7?"
So you guys are getting the audio from everyone?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, your mic doesn't have it.
I'm on the junior program over here. He's feeling the heat, and he's bumping it up here. 6-2 suited.
Sean raises to 550. Did you say something about limping Jack 7 just a couple seconds ago?
Well, yeah, here he is.
And the flop is ace king 3-1 diamond. Sean checks.
Jack 7 has been dealt 3 hands in a row.
And a big winner of one of them.
Yeah, the full house.
Don't think it's winning this one.
That should do it.
No call.
From 2.9 to 7 million in 2 hands. That's how these things can go.
Only 1 time chip left for Harvey. I didn't see how many Sean has, but not very many. It's like 1.
Yeah.
Pretty nice to be sitting there between two stacks of chips. And we have our first walk, I think.
Of the heads up?
I think so.
Yeah.
Sean had the deuce 3 off. If there are any hands you have to fold, that is one of them.
Someone played a 3-2 offhand, right? At the final table earlier?
Yeah, David Haw defended it.
Okay.
It's been a fun final table. It was 3.
There's been a lot of action.
3 local legends and Eric Afriat chasing his 4th title. Ended up getting 3rd. "23-year-old Harvey coming in from Dallas to try to take it down."
Harvey calls 250 from the button. Sean checks the option. We're going to see a flop. Flop is Jack Ace 4.
Just checking back there with the queen. Just thinks he have enough showdown.
Maybe. I mean, if that's the plan, probably won't fold to a stab from Sean here.
Right.
Harvey checks. River card. 9 of diamonds.
Ooh,
Queen high is in the lead.
I wouldn't mind a bluff here from Sean.
Yeah, a little one maybe would be fine. Looks like Harvey's just going to check back the queen high.
Harvey checks. Sean announces 10 high. Harvey shows a queen high, and that's going to win the last pot before we go on break. Players are now on a 15-minute break.
Sounds like we got another break coming up, Matt.
Yes, a short break, and we will return to the conclusion of WPT Rolling Thunder here at the Thunder Valley Casino Resort.
The World Poker Tour returns to Choctaw Durant Casino and Resort for an action-packed WPT Choctaw Festival running from April 16th to May 5th. With over 30 events on the schedule, the highlight of the festival is the televised $3,800 WPT Choctaw Championship featuring a $2 million guarantee beginning May 1st. Last season, we saw James Mackey outlast the competition to take home just over $360,000, claiming his 2nd WPT Choctaw Championship title. With $2 million guaranteed, the Sexton Cup on the line, and the cameras rolling, Choctaw Durant is the place to play this spring. For the full schedule, preferred rates, and all the details, visit WPT.com. We'll see you there. Mark your calendars for one of the most exciting stops of the year. The WPT Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown, running from March 19th to April 8th at the Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood. With over $10 million in total guarantees, the festival kicks off with a $400 opener featuring a $1 million guarantee before ramping up to our $3,500 WPT Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown Championship from April 4th to 8th, boasting a $3 million guarantee. Last year, Josh Reichart topped a field of 1,869 entries and beat out a stacked final table to take home the title and over $830,000, having his name permanently inscribed on the Mike Sexton WPT Champions Cup. With over 70 events on the schedule, this is a festival you don't want to miss. For the full schedule, visit WPT.com and we'll see you in Hollywood, Florida.
Consideration, but I would imagine that Eric doesn't consider that too much because he's going for his 4th title. He's not looking to make an extra 30,000, I don't think.
He just does not want to go out 4th. I know Eric, he would hate it to go out 4th here.
Well, I'll give you 6-1, he calls.
6-1, you got it.
All right, we're on.
Can't talk about gambling here off the table, but
right, sorry.
There has been a bet placed.
Oh my goodness, he might fold. I can't believe I'm going to lose this bet.
I think he's going to. They'll just about cover the difference in green fees I'm going to pay for you. That's good. I hate jacks. I would have already folded a long time ago.
I do think he probably thinks he's up against ace-king, and then he doesn't want to flip for it when there's still 4 left.
There it is, the second look.
Can't possibly fold jacks forehanded. Come on.
He gave me 6-1.
Come on, 110. Fuck. I'll show you. I have jacks. 3 of them.
He folded.
I told you.
No way.
Let's go.
Unbelievable.
Jack 9 and ace 9, or jacks and ace 9.
Yeah, well, the jacks was a little bit tougher. At least he limped, then 3-bet, then folded to the 4-bet. That one, I mean, I don't get that one either, but
Eric with
was a lot different.
5-4 now. Raising to 275. Harvey with king queen again. He's picking up big hands.
Yeah, this is a little bit weird because he definitely wants to 3-bet, but with Sean behind him, it gets a little bit awkward just for the stack sizes, but I think he's going to 3-bet. Well, he just calls. Okay, that makes sense too.
And Sean with pair. Wow.
Yeah, this is a lot of chips for Sean to just shove, so he decides to just play the pot instead.
And now Eric has to be thinking, what did I get myself involved in here? And the flop is an ace, a queen, and a 9.
It actually is winnable for Eric here.
Check.
That's basically the only flop there it could win on.
Bet 500,000.
I don't know if Harvey's going to continue. Eric is actually going to win this pot. This is wild. Eric is playing above the rim. Massive folds and then wins a 3-handed pot with 5 high against a guy who has second pair. That was led into Sean Daniels, who had a better hand.
I've been hearing the same thing about Phil Hellmuth for 25 years, that he's never kept up with the game and all this stuff, but yet he has, 19 bracelets. Eric Offrey at 10 final tables, 3 championships. He's definitely doing something wrong.
Right. Doing something right. Not doing something wrong.
Definitely doing something right, but what I mean to say is he's definitely doing something that other people aren't picking up on.
Right.
It's tough to say you're just getting lucky all of those times and have those kind of results.
I don't think that's the case at all.
And Paul has king, queen of diamonds. However, there's a lot of people in the chat that play better than Eric Offrey.
That they claim to, is what you're saying.
Yeah,
there you
claim
go.
to, yeah.
Yeah, when I'm saying things that I would do that he's not doing, I'm not claiming that I'm getting it right and he's getting it wrong. I'm just saying I wouldn't do those things. That's all.
And Eric's 3-betting here with Queen 9 to 1 million. Harvey with Ace Queen behind him. Wow.
Real awkward spot for Harvey. Just because he has so many chips, he can probably just stick it all in, but it's not great when Sean's the opener and has 3.1 million. Pretty sure that's the result is he's going to stick it. Oh my goodness. This is definitely going past 5 o'clock.
Wow.
I mean, what a play by Eric. He's going to get king, queen suited and ace queen to fold.
Oh my gosh.
10 seconds.
Above the rim.
Above the rim. Wow, Sean's got, he's used a time bank with the king 10. He's feeling this one out. He does not think Eric has it. This is really interesting. I'm shocked that Sean is considering this.
He does fold.
He does fold, but his spider senses were up. And Paul is short enough he could put it in even though he doesn't have any fold equity. Just has to run it out if he puts it in. He is short enough to do it, and he has a good enough hand to do it, but not a great spot for king queen suited. I mean, it happens to be, but it's not usually. Wow, Eric, what a play. This 3-bet got ace queen and king queen suited to fold. There was only one guy who was even skeptical, and that guy.
We might be seeing him at the Champions dinner next year.
Seems very likely right now.
I'll be doing an ID check for sure. All right, Sean with ace 3. This is a rip spot?
It is a
Probably
rip spot.
is, yes.
Yeah. The suited wheels, they go in.
It's not super cut and dry because you might want to play a pot against Eric.
Raises to 350. Now Paul with the 9s.
Paul does not have enough chips to make Sean fold, I don't think.
No.
It's gonna be a sad call for Sean, I think.
Agreed.
But I've seen some wicked folds on this table, so it is possible. He knows Paul actually has a good hand if he's doing it.
But look at those pot odds.
Yeah.
You can't.
I mean, you could show the 9s and still call.
And there it is, ace 3 versus the 9s. Paul with the 9s, the all-in player, all in for 950,000.
I'm kind of feeling the spaceman here. The ace from space.
With the 3 of clubs, and Paul showing 2 9s, the 9 of hearts and the 9 of diamonds. All right, Nikki.
Here comes the flop. 1 spade, 10, 6, 5.
6 of spades.
A 4 spades would be fun.
Paul right now in the lead with a pair of 9s.
9 of spades would be fun too.
Yeah.
Turn card is an ace.
Oh, no.
And
Paul didn't deserve it.
Down to 2 outs.
Sometimes you just know when it's coming.
And the river card is a
Wow.
3.
The needly 2
And that's
pair.
going to do it. We're going to lose Paul Richardson. He's our 4th place finisher. Great run for Paul this week. A lot of friends in the area.
Harvey folds a 4-3 off. Now Sean in the small blind probably going to say all in.
Oh, and he beats him into the pot.
Quick call from Eric.
Does he have another 3-outer up his sleeve?
Eric Afriat hoping for this hand to hold up to go for his 4th title, his 10th final table on the World Poker Tour. And the flop is a king and 2 jacks.
He is real, boys.
Wow.
Oh.
And now Sean in the lead. Eric down to 2 10s or running straight.
I need a 10 for this thing to go to 5 o'clock, or I'm going to lose that bet too.
Oh, it's a king on the turn, and that's going to do it.
Night special.
Eric Afriat is our third place finisher. Another great finish for Eric.
Nothing you can do there. I mean,
he is a
no, that's a tough one.
Very
probably just calling here, right?
I don't think so. I don't know. He has enough chips that
that's
he
true.
can raise good hands in position.
Yeah. It's not the worst if you have to raise full a suited king, I guess. Ooh. Big flop.
Yeah, big flop for Sean, and Harvey's got enough to continue.
He does.
The World Poker Tour returns to Choctaw Durant Casino and Resort for an action-packed WPT Choctaw Festival running from April 16th to May 5th. With over 30 events on the schedule, the highlight of the festival is the televised $3,800 WPT Choctaw Championship featuring a $2 million guarantee beginning May 1st. Last season, we saw James Mackey outlast the competition to take home just over $360,000, claiming his second WPT Choctaw Championship title. With $2 million guaranteed, the Sexton Cup on the line, and the cameras rolling, Choctaw Durant is the place to play this spring. For the full schedule, preferred rates, and all the details, visit WPT.com. We'll see you there. Mark your calendars for one of the most exciting stops of the year. The WPT Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown, running from March 19th to April 8th at the Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood. With over $10 million in total guarantees, the festival kicks off with a $400 opener featuring a $1 million guarantee before ramping up to our $3,500 WPT Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown Championship from April 4th to 8th, boasting a $3 million guarantee. Last year, Josh Reichart topped a field of 1,869 entries and beat out a stacked final table to take home the title and over $830,000, having his name permanently inscribed on the Mike Sexton WPT Champions Cup. With over 70 events on the schedule, this is a festival you don't want to miss. For the full schedule, visit WPT.com and we'll see you in Hollywood, Florida.
Yeah, I'm running so good. It's not fair, but I take it. Hey, yeah. It might be my turn.
We're coming back to 153.
It was your turn for a lot of hours.
Oh, yeah. No.
I'm great. Yeah, no. Same. I'm just trolling, obviously.
Back in the air here, rolling thunder to the final table. 150, 300. 150,000, 300,000.
All right, we're back in action here. Heads up, Sean Daniels. Harvey Castro playing for an extra 100,000. 165 to second, 257,000, including the WPT Championship for first.
Blinds are up too, right?
And blinds are up 150, 300. You got Tyler Patterson. I'm Tyler Patterson in the booth with Jordan Westmoreland.
What's going on, guys?
We'll probably find Savage here in a little bit.
Some fun hands to kick things back off.
Yeah, we just got a limp from Sean and a check from Harvey. They both have really good hands for that. Spicy flop, too.
Very. This could get interesting.
King of diamonds, 3 of clubs, 3 of diamonds.
Top pair for Harvey. He checks to Sean. Sean bets his flush draw.
Are we taking the passive float or are we raising?
I don't know, actually. You could just raise, get it in, but I think it's going to keep the pot small, keep some bluffs in.
Yep. Let him keep barreling.
Yeah.
Turn card.
Jeez.
What, double flush draw now?
They both have flush draws.
Harvey's loving his hand.
Oh, yeah.
He checked.
Oh, his timing's great. Checks.
Wow.
10 of clubs.
Interesting.
Well, Harvey's got to go for some value, but maybe not a huge bet because there's not too much that can call him.
Yeah, maybe like 600K.
It seems right. Feels like he bets 1.2 million.
1,200,000.
Nice big chunky bet.
Interesting spot for Sean. I mean, there
Yeah.
are definitely bluffs out there. I imagine he's going to call.
Yeah, I mean, tens and kings, pretty strong hand heads up.
Oh, yeah. Whoa.
Whoa.
Great fold from Sean.
Wow. I thought he announced a bet, like a raise or something.
These guys are
Wow.
playing great.
That was a really good fold.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
And I think he's on beer number 2. Let's go.
The over-under was 2.5.
2.5.
Can we both agree to get extra time here?
Do you want me to announce out on the table?
I'd love like 3 more. I'd love 3.
No. Only
Wow, how do you sniff that one
I
out?
would like to consider that one more.
Yeah.
I think I'm stationing there.
I think I probably would too. And he said he's only got one time chip, and he was concerned about that. He said he would have loved some more time to think about that, but he didn't want to use his last one. They tried to make a deal to give him both more time chips.
I love it.
Ben said no.
Not happening. We have a 515 res to make.
Harvey's going to raise.
All right, opening it up to 675 here.
675.
Just over min raise.
It's too deep to 3-bet, I think. I'd rather just call here, but you could definitely 3-bet fold.
Yeah, I don't mind making it 2 million here.
Yeah. Whoa.
All right. Fold isn't bad either.
I don't know. I feel like you got to play the king highs with the big ante.
Well, and with someone that's, going to play their buttons aggressively.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a feel guy, maybe.
Yeah?
Just didn't feel it.
Definitely got a little bit of feel guy in him. This graphic is not exactly accurate. This is not Matt Savage with me. He's taking a little break. Just got Jordan Westmoreland in the booth with me.
Yep, not Justin, but Jordan.
Sean makes the call of 300,000.
All right, just limping in on the button. Seems like a good hand to do that with.
Here we go to the flop. 8 of spades, 10 of hearts, jack of hearts.
Bottom pair for Sean.
Interesting one for both of them.
Yeah. Pot control check. Seems good.
3 of clubs.
Yeah, that's a nice check. I think Harvey's got a bet now.
I agree. Maybe on the bigger side as well. Okay.
We will bet 425,000.
About half pot?
Yep. I don't think Sean's going anywhere, but it is going to be a tough river decision if Harvey wants to keep barreling.
Yep.
425,000. Here we go to the
A
river.
lot of bad rivers. Like that one.
King of diamonds.
I think he goes for it here.
Yeah, I think so too.
I mean, he's not just going to check Queen Deuce here, right? It's a really good bluff card for him.
It is a good bluff card, but it's tough to get. You can get a 10 to fold.
You can get a 10 to fold with a big, big bet.
Does go with the bet, but it looks like it's really small.
Interesting.
I mean, I'm not sure what that is. That's targeting maybe an 8 to fold. I think
But
maybe
if you
it'd be
like pot
bigger.
odds,
yeah,
if you're a fan of that,
it's tough to fold.
it's really tough.
But it looks value-y. It's very, very believable.
Not to Sean. Looks him up. Nice call.
Yeah, I folded the 10s earlier correctly. It calls here correctly. He's
playing some cards.
Really spot on. And the rail lights up again.
Yeah, we miss Earl. Told you we were saving it.
There's Ben Irwin. Nominated for GPI Director of Poker Room of the Year.
And just in general, really fun to hang out with.
Yeah.
He takes real good care of the players out here, which
you can notice
kind of legendary for it.
Yeah.
We are at 153,000 now. Queen 9 versus Queen 7. Harvey calls 300,000.
Sean lines up a raise with the Queen 7 off.
Tough spot here for Queen 9 now.
Yeah, in position with Queen 9 is kind of nice, but the stack sizes are pretty tough to win this pot if you just call.
I do think he's going to call this one, though.
Yep, looks like it.
And absolutely dominating.
Dominating and in position.
It's a winning combination usually.
Yeah. It's going to be muscle for Sean to win this one.
That's a really good flop for Queen 7.
It sure is. Might just go big, so you only have to fire one shell.
Yeah, like a one and done unless something cool comes.
Yeah.
Sean has wagered 750,000.
That's probably going to do it.
Mm-hmm. The isolates with kind of garbage hands have been really working out for Sean.
I hate that term. You're not isolating anybody when it's heads up. It doesn't make sense.
Well, because you could check your option.
Yeah, but isolating means getting down to one player.
Oh. What do you say then? Re-raise? Because there's no raise.
Just raise. I don't know.
Raise. Yeah.
I mean, I know the term is ISO, but it just doesn't really make sense.
I'm going to have to think about that. I'm getting schooled today.
Close your eyes real quick. My card might come up. Go ahead.
The card is stuck in the rail. He has to close his eyes so he can peel it without
That's
him
amazing. Yeah, he's having fun.
Harvey abided, too.
That's awesome.
Class acts all the way. Sean limp to 300 and Harvey checks. Flop is ace jack 7.
Clubs, ace of spades.
10 high is in the lead for Sean.
Oh, yeah, he's just keeping it on.
Mm-hmm.
Sean check raised with basically this spot earlier.
He did.
Doesn't feel like Harvey's got that in the plans here.
But he hasn't folded yet.
He hasn't folded yet. That is true. It's just so hard with only 5.3 million now.
Well, and representing an ace is pretty difficult.
Yeah.
Big hand, buddy.
Oh, big lead for Sean again.
Almost 3-1.
And less than 20 big blinds for Harvey, so we could see some jams again.
Yep.
I like opening rather than limping just because it's hard to 3-bet the open without it being all in. So you can't get, you know, bluffed off it all the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it definitely does better as a raise, doesn't it?
Yeah, because if you limp, you're inviting them. He would be inviting Sean to put him in a tough spot.
Yep. Yeah, taking initiative there makes the most sense.
Harvey ace 3, Sean 7-4. Sean first to act.
Don't think this raise is going to work.
Harvey might have to pile here.
I think he will.
It's kind of ugly having to be in a spot where you have to jam every ace, but
yeah,
you kind of have to.
There it goes.
Yep.
Harvey surrounds himself all in.
Snap fold.
Do you have it or just a layup?
All right, that takes him above 20 big blinds. That's a big pot.
Yeah.
All in buttons? No.
Sean had him on the ropes, so the ace-king against Jack-7 suited. That was for the title for a bit.
Yeah, I wonder if he's thinking about it still, or if he's just let it go.
Harvey makes him call 300,000.
6-4 versus 5-4.
The flop.
Both players flop a straight draw. Very likely chop pot here.
Sean is checked.
Or does someone hit a gut shot?
Or does someone bluff someone else off the...
Yeah. I could see 5-4 winning this hand.
I don't know, 6 of clubs in there too.
Harvey bets 600,000.
There you go, 600,000. Likely gets it done here, I think.
I don't think
I
so.
don't think
I
so
think
either.
Sean's gonna check raise.
I agree with that. I think he does raise here.
You know what happened the last time you thought. You were sure about it. But that was Eric Offriot, so you're probably right.
And there is the raise. 1.5 million. I like its sizing.
And Harvey is forced to fold. That's a good pop for Sean.
Mm-hmm. Have you been tempted to call 900 there? Or is that a little
With
frisky?
the 5-4? No. I think I would have given that one up just like he did.
Yeah.
Just don't think he's deep enough to win the pot, you know?
Sean is first. He will call 300,000.
Sean calls the 300,000 with a 9-4. Now Harvey with 10-7.
Harvey is checked. Here we go to the flop. Flop is
Three spades, ace, 9-5. Neither player with a spade in their hand.
Harvey's checked. Sean bets 300,000.
Bets with his pair of nines and takes it down. Harvey has nothing to fight with on that one.
$50 big blinds to 17 big blinds. We are on a 30-minute delay here.
Harvey makes the call of 300,000. Sean checks.
Both players in for the minimum. Flop 10, 8, 4.
Diamonds, 8 of hearts.
Sean flops middle pair here.
Sean will check.
Sean checks.
Both players check.
And a check.
Turn card.
Queen hearts on the turn.
Queen of hearts.
Harvey does have a heart in his hand. Also has that straight draw.
Straight flush draw.
Could see 9-5 winning this hand now.
I could see that.
Sean will check.
Imagine he's gonna bet here. Don't want to get check raised though. That would be pretty awful.
Harvey bets 450,000.
2/3 pot, looks like. Nice big bet. I like it.
Sean has a pair, but a pretty scary looking board.
But he is not scared.
Not a man who is scared.
No.
River card.
That's a bad river for Harvey.
It is. I wonder if Harvey's gonna pull the trigger anyway.
Sean will check.
Might even get called if he bets here.
Yeah, these spots kind of suck.
Yeah.
I don't envy this spot.
Shut it down. Shut it down.
I think he might shut it down. It's
I
just
don't
too
think-
hard to get away with it.
I don't think he does. I think he fires. Attaboy.
Wow.
Ah, very
Wow.
This, I mean, this could be it.
Wow. The 2X pot.
I
River
love it.
Jam. This is awesome. This is why he's here.
Yeah, absolutely.
If Harvey 2X pot jammed you early in the tournament, there's a chance he had 9 high. That is awesome.
Oh, man. Sean wants more time chips.
4,250,000. All-in amount is 4,000,000.
This is what they call the blender.
Look at him.
Look at yeah.
It's great. He wants the call so bad.
This would be an insane hero call.
Yeah, what a way to win the tournament. It's over if he says call. Oh, he's going to be out of time chips. Oh, he folded at 0. The time got to him.
Very cool play.
The pressure of the time of the action clock.
And the 5:15 dinner res is looking very, very plausible.
Yeah.
Could have been over.
Sean was saying what we said. He said that's a wild card to jam.
Yeah, well, because it is.
It is, yeah.
That was really cool. That and the Queen 9 have been the spiciest things today.
It's okay. I'll do a better job catching them.
That was actually great.
Very nice. Very nicely done by Harvey.
Yeah, that was a sweet play.
Told you.
He was
He's got a
representing
future.
a straight flush.
Bright future.
His future is tonight.
The WPT season, is it January 1st to year end?
Yep. Win player of the year.
Yeah, we could be looking at the player of the year right here.
Jack 9 deuce.
Harvey's check.
Harvey checks.
Sean is checked. We go to the turn. 7 of hearts.
7 on the turn. Harvey checks.
Kind of like this give up here by Harvey because you're going to get called so much on that turn with all the straight draws and stuff that he kind of takes 2 barrels and you just don't have any hand to do it with.
He's just submitting.
Yeah. Just
waving the white flag.
Yeah, I think you should. That's good.
At some points in the tournament, you got to know when to just give up.
750,000. Harvey folds.
Sean is still reeling from that hand.
And who knows? Definitely the hand of the tournament so far.
Yeah.
Yes. Very well played. And Harvey obviously didn't give anything away when he did that because he got the fold.
He looked cool, calm, and collected.
Absolutely.
9 high. Very, very cool.
Like a boss.
Yep. 9 high like a boss. Who said that?
William Kassouf.
Mm.
Harvey's going to call 300,000. Sean checks. On the flop, Jack of hearts, ace of spades, deuce of hearts. Sean will check.
This one looks like a quick one again.
That's 300,000. Sean will fold.
6.1 to 14 million.
Harvey is clawing back. Ben Irwin still looks confused.
We got a lot of similar hands lately.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. We get to see
the real poker, how real
Yeah.
poker's played. That's right.
Bring back the Jack 10 suiteds. Those are fun.
another walk. Has Harvey given a walk? I think Sean's given at least 2, maybe 3.
I do not think he has.
I don't think he has.
He likes his button. He's not giving it up.
If Harvey comes back and wins this tournament, which is definitely possible, how long do you regret folding that hand that you almost called?
Oh my God! Yeah, Sean would just be. I mean, he'd have nightmares for that about that hand for years.
It's a really tough call, though.
Oh, super tough, but it's in the tournament. Like
I know.
J-Lo Poker said when he grabbed for his beer, he thought it was all over, baby. Ace-9 versus Queen-9 here.
Does he just shove it here?
I think he isolates. ISO.
Yep, he's going to get it down to one player. You got to thin the field.
Yeah. I can see Harvey shoving.
I could too. This one's a little easier to play than that queen 9 off. Having the suited cards makes it a little more comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Seven of spades.
There's the
Ace
ace
of
right
spades,
there.
10 of spades.
Sean looking back to make sure he has the 9 of spades.
And a helpful top pair with it.
Absolutely.
Ugly enough flop that Harvey's probably just going to fold to 1 bet.
Maven, that was a joke. You don't need to be so literal.
Colin's gonna bet 1 million.
Keep flopping nothing with these. Love to hear it.
Love to hear it. And Sean wins the pot, back to 15 million.
Woo, yeah, sports. Thanks. They're just running so good.
I like these guys.
Yeah, big fan of both.
Big
Thanks,
fan
buddy.
of both. Really good.
It's a cool final table. It's nice having some local action.
For sure. Ace 3 versus pocket deuces. Holy.
Sean has declared himself
All in.
all in.
He's got a decision
It's
here.
ugly, yeah, you just not.
You're not thrilled about.
You get dominated a lot, and you don't dominate anything.
He's asked for a count, even though he is covered in the pot.
Yeah, I know.
It definitely still matters.
I know it matters, but the rule is with our clocks on the WPT, the dealer is supposed to count the bet and then start the clock.
Right.
Here, it almost looks like an angle because he's asking for a count and asking to pause the clock. But that's not even supposed to be the case. The dealer's supposed to count the bet first and then start the clock.
Some good insight there.
It doesn't matter that he's all in because it does matter, like you said. The fact that he's down to 1 time chip, on the other hand.
I think he folds.
It does look like he's leaning that way. Just not very far ahead of the.
There goes his last time chip.
King 5 suited and the.
Which means that he's
Queen,
actually
Jack,
considering
King,
this.
Big decision. Oh,
He
he
calls.
calls. Here
Does
we
call.
go.
This could be the whole.
Enchilada.
Sean chose
A flip for it all.
and the deuce of hearts. Ace three
The
versus
classic
pocket
race.
Not exactly.
Ace that's going to go to the flop.
Flop is
Oh.
an ace. And a king and a 9.
Ace of clubs, 9 of spades. Harvey is now in the lead with 1 pair of aces.
You got a flush draw?
At least let's go ahead and see the turn. Turn card is the 8 of spades.
8 on the turn.
Harvey
Down to
still
2
leads
outs, so we're going to have a
aces.
big double up. That'd be just about even in chips.
All right, at least let's see the river.
Oh, it's a jack.
Card is the jack.
Big double up there, 9.7 to 10.4 in favor of Sean Daniels. Harvey Castro with a big double up there.
They're just about all square, and this over 515 is starting to look pretty good.
Yeah, one might say you're a lock.
Such a chiseler, Matt is. If it was just 5 o'clock, I would have won already.
If he'd have just called with that hand, I would have won a long time ago.
That's true.
Yeah.
He almost did. 26 big blinds and 24 big blinds. I mean, we still could have a clash in the next 15 minutes. That's not unreasonable at all.
They both have 30 bigs now, though.
Yeah, 24, 25, yeah.
I would adjust the payouts if you're interested. Can we pause the clock and talk about it?
Oh, here we go. That's what I'm looking for.
What I'm not looking for is pausing the clock.
Yeah, we're pretty much like that even, right? Yeah, I would. What do you have in mind? Play for less. Yeah. What do you want to play for?
This could take 15 minutes by itself.
They are discussing a chop now to just reduce the prize pool a little bit, reduce how much they're playing for. They'll definitely still be playing for the title. Definitely still be playing for the Champions Cup. Mike Sexton Champions Cup, is that what it's called?
Absolutely. And the seat into the WPT Win Championship.
Yeah, we'll play for the seat.
It's separated out. Of the cash prize.
25K. Okay, cool.
All right, that was real fast.
Wow.
Tell me what you guys want first to be.
Good job, guys. Congratulations.
Nice.
How much have?
Very nice score for these guys.
247 is the cash.
195 per second, I think. Yeah, just
Might be the quickest chop I've ever seen.
Okay. And the cash prize minus the seat.
No, plus the 25 in cash, and then we'll play for the seat also. So it'll be 35 total.
Right, correct. 25 in cash.
Perfect.
Good job, Ben.
Yeah, 25 seems reasonable. Okay. So short now.
Winner gets 25
Go adjust.
and
You
the
guys
10K
adjust
seats.
it. Go ahead, Lise. Go ahead.
It's going to be 2.
Do you...
All right, they're officially playing for a 25,000 difference and the 10K seat. So it's still a 35K heads-up match instead of 100.
You still want to win that.
It's still pretty sweet.
So they're playing for 25,000 and the 10K seat for about 35,000 in total value. Here's what they're playing for. Good job, guys.
Oh my God!
Can you imagine?
On the first hand after discussing the chop.
That is wild.
God, if I lose this over under, it's rigged. Matt put the aces in there.
I could see that.
I don't think it's actually officially over until we're.
You're actually wrong.
Until the pictures are taken. It's 30 minutes. You're toast. It'll go at least 30 minutes. All right, unless Sean finds a spicy check raise here, I think we're.
His timing's great. It's a good reaction.
Yeah, that's incredible. Deal or not, you would have made the same amount.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's absurd.
It was just kind of funny, like looking down at my head immediately after doing it.
Yeah, that was pretty great.
All right, cool. That looks great.
Yeah, perfect.
Look good?
Mm-hmm.
This will lighten their spirits a little bit, but still, they are both battlers for this title.
Yeah. It takes a little pressure doing the chop, but they're still equally as motivated.
Yeah, I think so too.
Clubs, 7 of clubs and the Queen of Hearts. Harvey will check.
That is not always the case. I have seen people just
I've seen
go
people
wild after a little chop.
pay lots of money for trophies.
Yeah. We got a lead from Sean here, 400,000. Jack 6.
Kind of mixing it up here. Does he fire the turn?
It's a good card to do it. I think he does. But there's not a lot of hands that you're going to get to fold very easily.
He's targeting 7-4.
He is targeting 7-4.
Wait. 1,200,000.
Probably going to work.
I think it will. Yeah.
Great bet.
Well played, Sean.
Man, these guys are good.
Yeah, no mistakes, heads up. They're both just really playing well.
Thanks, buddy.
Here's the new payouts up on the screen.
They adjusted that for us.
Hey, I got the best friends.
They have locked up 193,600 each.
Yum, yum.
Pretty nice. Early in the WPT season, so Player of the Year points are on the line.
Next stop is up in Florida, down in Florida, I should say.
No walks from Harvey.
Nope.
Now it's official.
Jack of clubs.
Both
Three of
catch a
clubs,
piece.
7 of hearts. Shuffle check. Harvey would check. Turn card.
Oh.
What a check.
3 of diamonds.
And what a turn.
Sean makes 600,000.
Does Harvey keep some bluffs in here, or you think he's going to raise it up now?
I think. Oh. I'm surprised.
Now 1.9 million.
Tough spot here with the 7.
Yeah, there's some combo draws available. This definitely could be a bluff, but I think Sean sniffs out another one. Ooh, he
Whoa.
calls.
Sean announces call. Here we go to the river.
Interesting river card.
Super interesting. I'm not even sure Harvey bets again.
Wow.
I mean, you get value from some pairs, but not very many.
It's a weird spot.
Yeah. It was limp check, so he doesn't have ace high. So there's not very many things you get value from. I actually think he's going to check.
Yeah, wow.
Harvey would check.
Wow.
Shows 7s and 3s. Harvey shows 3 3s.
That pot could have been a lot bigger.
Yeah. Agreed.
Or full out.
Big one for Harvey.
Wonder if he bets a 7. The 7 river comes. I bet he does.
I think he does. I think there's a big difference between a jack and
Yeah.
a 7. Because he was probably targeting a jack when he
Right.
calls the raise, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Wish I had a time bank there too.
Yeah, consider. Yeah, I don't think I. Yeah, I probably don't fold there either. I guess. Jack's pretty unbelievable.
Harvey was saying he wished he had a time bank left to make a bet on that river with the 3.
That yeah.
He doesn't have one. So
It's painful checking a boat back.
Very.
You almost feel like a penalty should be coming.
Well, now Harvey's got a decent lead.
This has been a swingy, swangy match.
Swangy, huh?
Swinging and swanging.
Harvey would check. Flop. King of hearts. 9 of diamonds. 3 of diamonds. Harvey is checked.
Not much on the flop here. King 9-3 on the flop. 10 of diamonds in Harvey's hand.
Sean bets 400,000.
I like the bet. It's pretty hard to win that pot if you don't bet with the 8-6.
Yeah. The king high board is more his card.
Harvey and Paul. Turn card, Jack of diamonds. Harvey will check.
10-3 off, looking a little cooler now with
Oh,
that
yeah.
turn.
This feels like a give-up spot.
Yeah, I'm not putting any more chips in. Yeah.
And the river. 7 of clubs.
And this is a really cool hand for Harvey if Sean actually had something. He's gonna, I think he would check and turn it into a bluff.
I think that's a really cool play. But then again, what's really betting river?
And they are good.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe a king or a jack.
Yeah. I mean, you'd have to go for value, right?
I think so.
Delicious. Lucky. Very lucky. Don't forget that part.
Talking about the lucky and delicious Jackrabbit beers.
Have you sampled every single one?
Well, they only have one here.
Okay.
But I have been to the Jackrabbit Brewing Company, which we did as a group here one time. It's really nice.
I bet.
Thunder Valley took us all out there, and they had a beer made specially for Thunder Valley. It's called the Run Good Railbird.
That's a really cool name.
Yeah.
Flop, 6 of spades.
Maybe if we were drinking those, we would be at this table with these guys.
I mean, I was drinking green ones.
Harvey will check. Turn card. 4 of hearts.
Gotta be a bluff spot for Sean.
Yep.
It's probably gonna work.
$700,000. Sean will bet.
Well played.
Just gotta say it again. It's a lot easier to predict the action with Eric Afriat out of the tournament.
So true. He was pulling moves I've never seen.
David Haw pulled a couple moves I've never seen also. Yes. Paul Richardson laddered up nicely and did end up getting it in good too.
Just had to fade an ace. Couldn't do it.
You'd never give me a walk, but I'm way more polite. You probably went that hand somewhere in there today.
What was it?
9-3 off.
I haven't had 9-3.
Sean just pointed out that Harvey has not given a walk today.
Something tells me it's not going to stop him from playing his button.
Oh yeah, he is not giving any walks.
Sean checks. On that flop, 10 of clubs, 4 of diamonds, ace of clubs.
Sean with a straight draw.
Sean will check. Harvey will check. Turn card. King of hearts.
Maybe a delayed C bet here.
I mean, almost certainly.
Yep.
Well, he's a big blind, so it wouldn't be a C bet, right? Oh, you're thinking Harvey's going to do it. I
Yeah.
thought Sean was going to bet there.
No, I'm thinking Harvey will now. Huh?
I feel like Sean had a good shot there on the turn. He should have bet the turn, I think.
Maybe he didn't like the king, you know?
Right.
Because that's a big part of his check back range.
Yeah, I agree. Wow. They're just going to check it right into a chop.
I don't think so.
Well, I mean, what kind of hand is this if he's betting?
He's saying I got trip fours. That's what that bet says.
Yeah, you bet full pot.
Yeah.
Flush or 3 4s, I guess. Nice win.
Pays to have position.
Absolutely.
Yes. Here, here.
You got 6 million, 6.2,
4, 5.5, yeah, 6.3 with my.
Jack 7 off again.
It's a very popular hand today. Just an open rip from Sean. 15 big blinds.
Gets it through.
Matt, I think that was your last chance to win the bet.
I think he is dead. It's all right. You got a 6-1 earlier. You guys like break even.
Yeah, pretty close to true.
Depending on the golf course.
That's right.
Maybe a little shadow round for you boys. Hop in the limo.
Matt's fancy club's real expensive, so.
That's true.
It's nice.
The easiest country club in the state.
It certainly is.
Definitely not.
I knew he wasn't going to like that one.
It's fine. I don't say it's not hard, but it's definitely not the easiest.
That's why you have such a vanity handicap. You're really like a 15 or 16 on real courses.
Taking the overs.
7 cards, Jack of clubs, and Ace of hearts.
Harvey's flopped. Middle pair. And he's checked.
Harvey bets 400,000. Sean folds.
The combo backdoor draw there decided not to check raise. I think it's mostly stack size, but also the presence of the ace because it's just not believable.
I think that's exactly why he didn't even think about it. Hard to rep 2-pair.
Very. Another beauty for Sean. He open ripped the ace-3, but this hand is too good to do that.
He's trapping with a call. And Harvey might bump it up.
Looks like he's got the bump it up face on.
This is why calling with these hands are so fun.
Oh yeah.
To induce action like this.
To a total of 1,400,000.
And that is going to be the end of the hand. Sean is going to say all in, and Harvey is going to fold. You can put that one on the board.
I think you're 100% correct. Can you imagine if a fold happened? No way.
Wow.
All
in.
Well played, Sean.
Nice little pot there for Sean.
Rush in, buddy. I'm just saying words. They don't mean anything. Except for all in.
How you doing, Arab?
If they're not,
Arab Zovian out there. He is a jovial guy. I agree with that. Harvey with the pocket threes.
200, 400, he could just rip it.
Feels like a Som cram all in.
11 million. Raised to 11 million.
And he does it.
Sean throws his hands up in disgust. So, with this a delay of 30 minutes, it's probably about time for him to see that hand that he would have won the tournament with.
Oh, yeah.
His friends first.
I would imagine his friends don't tell him because it's just going to hurt.
Yeah, you just wait till after the tournament.
I don't think it helps you any strategy knowing that he can pull that trigger because I think you already know that.
So if somebody's watching the stream out in the audience, they go, "Oh no!"
Yeah.
You kind of have to have an idiot friend to tell you,
or a buzzed friend.
Usually, I would want to know everything, but I don't know if I'd want to know that one.
I'm in your camp. That'd break me.
Six of spades, three of spades, king of spades. Harvey is checked.
In position, I like one barrel here.
Sean bets 400,000.
Tough to call with 9 deuce.
And it works. He's feeling good about that one.
The rail's getting lively again.
Even though they've made a deal, and they did make a deal, they're still playing for 35,000 and the title.
Harvey makes the call 400,000.
And the glory.
The glory.
And the Champions Club dinners at Thunder Valley. 5 deuce deuce on the flop.
5 of hearts. Sean will check.
There are some other properties that give us a little champions dinner, but this is definitely the best one. It's not close.
The ice sculpture was very cool.
Harvey bets 400,000. Sean folds.
Thank you.
Not gray at all. All right, Sean here with 4s versus Queen 6 for Harvey.
No fun.
These
Just
small
all
pairs
in.
have not been holding up very well tonight.
No, but he's just all in. It's over.
I know.
Yeah. It's kind of a boring hand.
So crazy you're the champion of the whole world. Here you are, just cheering for me. What a world.
Sean is interacting with Stu in the crowd. He says, it's so crazy you're the champion of the whole world. But here you are rooting for me. It's great. Wow, we did get a walk out of him. He had the 7 deuces, gave him a walk.
He did it. The streak has been broken.
Green jacket? Gold check. Jeez, leave her alone. Jeez, man.
Did we just deal backwards? This is the button, right?
Did I deal backwards?
You dealt Sean first.
I pitched there first?
Yes.
There you go.
You would have had 10.
That's why you have a floor person at the table.
That was fantastic. Great job, Ben Irwin.
I missed that one. What
I'm
happened?
sure BJ saw it too.
It was a misdeal. She dealt the button first.
Oh, okay.
And BJ saw it but won't say anything.
Random card theory. And by the way, there's a long discussion about this. Add Savage Poker if you'd like to see it. I've made a video about that. Should people be saying something if they're done incorrectly? And I agree they should be.
Sean makes the call for 1,000.
I think Sean is too deep for him to shove here, isn't he?
Yeah.
Checks or go to the flop. And the flop, the 10 of clubs, deuce of clubs, 9 of hearts. Obvious check. Sean checks. Turn card, ace of hearts.
Is he going to try to represent that turn card?
I don't know. Like King High is still probably good, but yeah, Sean could limp the button with an ace for sure.
Yeah.
Harvey will check.
He could have checked back a 9 or a 10 also, so it is believable.
It is.
He could have gone for it there.
Yeah.
River card. Queen of hearts.
King High is still probably the best hand, and you're probably not getting anything better to fold, so I don't expect any kind of bluff here. Looks like he is thinking about it, though.
Mm-hmm.
Harvey checks.
He's baiting. He's trying to get a check, I think.
Yeah, that
You
could be
know?
it, right.
That's a very real thing.
Absolutely. Wow.
And then here he goes. He does not want to take 6-high to showdown.
He's going chunky, too.
Going to bet.
That's 1.5x pot. It's a big bet.
Very big. Ooh, look at Harvey thinking about sniffing it out with King High.
That would be really cool.
No time chip, so he's going to have to make this decision in the next 5 seconds.
Nice play.
Win. Definitely won.
You want to just put him in now?
How relieved is he feeling right now getting that 6-high bluff through?
Yeah, that had to feel nice. Harvey wanted the call bad.
Tough with no time extensions. I think a lot of these hands would have played out differently.
Yeah, I think you're right. They matter. You gotta save them up.
Mm-hmm.
Sean shouldn't have used that for the
fakey,
for the all in the fake time chip all in with a full house.
Right.
Harvey makes the call for 500,000.
Stacks are evening up here.
Yeah, they are very close again.
Flop. King of diamonds, 4 of spades, 5 of hearts.
Harvey elected not to raise the king 7, just limped in with it.
And it's been rewarded with top pair.
Oh.
Sniffs it out. You've had some heads up here at Rolling Thunder. Have you had? What's the longest battle you've gone through?
It wasn't Rolling Thunder. It was a run good event. But,
okay.
It's 6, 7, 8.
Sean calls for 500,000.
Sean just calls with the ace-5 suited here. Only 15, 16 big blinds, so Harvey might just jam. This could be the last hand.
You can check. You can raise. All options are okay.
He went all in.
Wow.
I think Sean's going to call.
Yeah, I agree. Oh,
he does
does.
Call.
Here it is.
I mean, they're real even in chips, so whoever wins this pot is very likely to win the tournament.
Agreed.
10 of spades. Sean showing the ace of clubs. And
I mean, Harvey has 5 blinds behind, so
Right.
you can spin it.
It's
but
possible. Just a 55-45 for all of it.
that flop is out. It is the 5 of hearts.
Good looking flop for ace-5.
8 of clubs. Right now, Sean is in the lead.
6 outs for Harvey. Only a queen or a 10 for the turn card.
All right, Elise, let's go to the turn.
Okay, interesting
Wow,
turn.
there's some chops now.
Interesting.
Sean's still in the lead with a pair of 5s. Sean also now has a flush draw.
There's 3 4s out there that he can chop with.
All right, please. Let's see that.
True. Wow.
And that'll do it. Sean
Wow.
Daniels is your champion.
Not quite yet. Harvey still has
Oh,
chips.
he does have a couple chips. You're right. Sorry.
What a pre-celebration. Oh, boy.
Wow, I might have just jinxed
I
him.
think the Sphinx jinx is on.
I might have jinxed him.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, Sean. The graphic showed, 5 big blinds?
I think he has 7.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he has 3.5
7.
million.
That's not dead at all.
No, he's very live.
Yeah, 7 big blinds still. Not even close to over. Oh, my
Whoops.
God. I mean, just a 5-1 chip lead, a 1 double up, and it's right back in action. So this was that was definitely a.
Well, that's been the theme of this whole night. They've just been zigging and zagging.
Yep.
2-1 chip lead turned into 3-1 the other way, and now it's 5-1 the other way. It's been.
I heard a wise man say they were swinging and swonging.
Swinging and swonging. I don't know how wise that guy is.
All right, 7 big blinds. Is he shoving the 8-7 off?
I think he is.
You hate to give a walk.
Yeah, 7/8.
It's
Yep.
definitely a jam. And he runs right into Sean's 9s.
That's really unlucky.
Maybe I didn't curse him.
2 undercards. It's going to be tough to do. Get out of this one.
It's going to be really tough.
Harvey shows the 8 of clubs and the 7 of diamonds. Sean showing the 9 of clubs and the 9 of hearts. All right, Elise, let's go to the flop.
Give us a sweat.
Yeah, 5,
Put a
6
6
X.
out there. Yeah.
5s.
Oh, my goodness. He just
God.
flopped a straight.
Oh my
No
God.
way.
I cannot believe this flop.
Oh my goodness.
What is this?
This is insane.
Wow.
I mean, still lots of outs to end it.
For sure, but what are we looking at? Oh my
Wild.
God. Oh, I thought it paired the board.
Now he's got some chops with an 8. There's 3 8s to chop.
Yep.
Sean has top set.
I have a weird feeling he's boating up.
You do?
I have this weird
Oh
feeling.
my goodness.
I really do. And I'm wrong.
Does not fill up, and Harvey doubles up to 15 big blinds. It's
With
only a
7-8
2-1 chip lead
off.
now.
7-8 off versus pocket nines.
My goodness.
Top
it's
set,
less-
no good.
Unbelievable. Less than 2-1 chip lead now. The 7-8 beats the 9s.
That's just incredible.
Made for TV.
Made for TV.
He's taking it well, too.
All right, 25 to 15 big blinds.
Kind of laughing it off. What a good
My
sport.
goodness.
I wouldn't be laughing.
Dad, read the board next time.
I think Sean Daniels' dad misread the board and thought he won.
I misread the turn.
Yeah.
So
That was wild.
don't feel bad.
15 big blinds. It could be a battle for a while still.
Yep. The theme is swinging and swanging.
If you push your finger on it.
There we go, I got it. Let's go, yeah.
All right, 10-5 for Harvey. Sean has the first decision with the 7-8.
All right, Sean makes the call of 500,000.
And Harvey's going to let him see a flop.
With the dangerous 7-8 off.
Very dangerous.
And that flop, 8 of clubs, 5 of clubs, 9 of spades. Harvey will check.
Bottom pair versus middle pair.
Sean will check. Turn card, Queen of spades.
They both check, and now Harvey has a gut shot also. There's 1.5 million in the pot. He's got 6.4.
Check.
I don't think a lot of chips are going in to this pot.
Feels like maybe not, but now that Sean has bet, Harvey could jam.
Sean bets
Or small raise.
Yeah, you bet 800, and it, yeah, that's possible too. He could also just call.
Yeah, true.
It's fine to just
Yeah,
call.
yeah,
River's
yeah.
going to be,
Don't always have to get creative.
yeah,
A 5 could be good.
right.
6 of clubs.
And what do you know? Back-to-back straights for 7-8.
Now we have Harvey with a pretty tough spot.
Harvey will check.
I don't see him putting his cape on for this one.
No, I don't think so. I wonder if Sean bets smaller for all of it.
I think knowing it's a club, maybe he goes small.
He
Sean
goes
announces a wager of
Oh.
4,300,000.
All? Oh, not all in, but
really big.
yeah,
almost
very,
all in.
very big portion of Harvey's stack is on the line.
Harvey's thinking about being a hero, but I don't see it.
I don't either.
And the rail erupts.
That's from the World Champion.
72% of the chips for Sean Daniels.
Cruising.
How many big blinds does that mean Harvey has now.
It looks like 11 behind.
11 big blinds.
This could be it, Tyler.
He is going to get called. Pretty sure.
How much is it?
4, 5, 6.
Yep, 5.6.
5,600,000.
And he does make the call.
This could be it, guys.
Jack of clubs and the 9 of diamonds. Sean showing the ace of spades and the 6 of clubs.
I take an ace this time.
If Harvey wins this, he will be the chip leader.
And that flop is the 5 of diamonds, 7 of diamonds.
There's some
and the
backdoor
5 of hearts.
spots.
Pretty good flop for Sean here.
5 with the ace high.
Only a jack or a 9 or some
Or a diamond.
running cards.
Turn card is a queen.
Safe turn.
Down to 6 outs for the championship.
Lead. 5s with the ace. For shot for Harvey, looking for a jack or a 9. All right, Elise, let's see the river. River card is the 9 of hearts.
Oh my goodness. Harvey is now the chip leader.
Wow.
I might have cursed him with that pre-celebration.
Yes. That wasn't good. 9 on the river.
Unreal. There's been some really sweaty runouts.
Yeah.
5.6, right?
5.6.
It's way more fun this way, at least.
And Sean's saying it's way more fun this way.
At least it's not for 100K every time. Really sweaty.
All right, they're really close, but Harvey does have the chip lead now.
It's gone back and forth, what, 5 times now?
Yeah, there have been a lot of lead changes.
Maybe I should get in behind.
The rail's trying to talk Sean into getting it in behind because he might have a better shot.
Not really, he fucking won. He's really something, right? We don't mind him that much.
Actually, it was nice in there in the bathroom, and now I hate it.
Just calling with Queen 8 on the button.
Wants to play the pot in position, only 13 big blinds, so he didn't want to shove it.
Yep.
What a flop.
9 of clubs.
Oh my goodness.
Middle pair and a 6 high flush draw versus a flop straight. And a redraw to a straight flush. Wow.
Harvey can't go anywhere yet.
No, he cannot.
Harvey makes the call. And the turn card.
Oh, what a bad turn.
Doom.
Switchy.
We might have another lead change.
This could be a massive pot.
I mean, I think Harvey has to say all in now, right?
I think so. He could call, but there's so many bad rivers.
1 million.
Yeah, not rivers that beat you necessarily, but rivers that kill action too. I think it's just it's almost definitely all in. That was a cool shot of Sean seeing the the sweat, trying to keep the poker face together.
Yeah.
All in.
Here it is.
And a quick call.
Sean has made the call.
And Harvey will be down to
showing
2
10 of hearts,
10s
6 of
and
clubs.
2 6s. Or it'll be a double up, and Sean will get that chip lead right back.
10 or a 6 comes, it's all over right now.
He flops the straight. 8, 9, 10, jack, queen. All right, Elise. Let's see the river card.
It's a 7. And he's going to win the pot. Sean Daniels back into the chip lead, and it's a big chip lead.
Yes, it is.
$17.2 million to $2.9 million.
Zingara.
Zingara. Sean Daniels with 85% of the chips.
Can he close the door?
Now it's Harvey's turn to flop a straight again.
Yep, good. Got it. Nice hash. Pretty brutal cooler. Oh, flip turn. It's pretty ridiculous heads up. Yeah, real sick turn also.
I'm moving the button.
Yeah, I bet. At least they're not for 100K each anymore. You should calm down. Don't tell me what to do. Damn.
I've been damn good answer. Coaching.
Harvey's going to be all in for his 6 big blinds.
And might get it through.
I think he will.
Yeah, you don't want to put the 7-3 on the trophy. You know that your hand, your winning hand is on the trophy. What is your winning hand? Do you remember?
It's got to be aces.
It was ace-9 offsuit, I think.
Yeah, you don't want to put 7-3 on the trophy. So.
You don't think that's cool to have a bad hand?
Yeah, I'd rather have aces up there. Jack-10 suited for me. But
7 deuce would be pretty cool.
I would take 7 deuce over aces. Ooh, this could be it. A suited jack for 6 blinds?
Yeah.
Right?
Well, yeah. He's not going to love it, but I think he does have to call. It's so painful folding that big a percentage of your stack.
I know. Oh, wow.
He does lay it down, okay. That one's got to be pretty close.
I think it's very close. And he elected to take the safer option. And he was right.
He was dominated, yeah.
great battle here, heads up.
Yep, really enjoyed it.
Pretty absurd.
It's hard to believe that Sean Daniels is the old guy here, you know?
I know. Doesn't feel right. Oh, boy. You got to fold that one? We rip it in 5 big blinds because you do get some folds?
He's back-to-back. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that hand is hideous.
Making all the right moves at 6 effective. Pretty impressive stuff.
Maybe he's a spin and go grinder.
Who knows? He knows his stack depths.
Just 2 more miserable hands. I don't think he has enough to fold now. He has 3 big blinds.
8-4 could be on the trophy.
Wow. Oh, he hates it. He just keeps getting dealt the absolute bottom.
I think I'm sticking this one in. Yeah, here we go.
Be a head strategy.
8-4 versus 7-6.
Sean is upset to find out that he's ahead.
He wants this to continue. He's having a lot of fun out there.
That is true.
It's only 52%. Could be a split pot as well.
A lot of chops out there.
There's King.
The 8 is still playing, but is very hard. It has to be a card smaller than an 8 for it to play.
It is not.
Chop it up.
Chop it up. Still playing for $35,000 after that deal. It was nearly $100,000, so I understand why when they're just about even in chips. Queen deuce and 8-6.
Another close one.
Yeah.
He said call.
Does make
All
the call.
right.
Sean Daniels
Ooh.
flops a 6, playing for his first WPT title on his first WPT final table. He's been playing poker a long time. Doesn't like to travel much, but I know how special this would be. His parents are in the audience and his good friends.
And there it is.
6, and that's it.
Congratulations. Wow.
Sean Daniels with the win and the championship here at Thunder Valley on the WPT. Nice round of applause for Harvey Castro here. He played great. We're going to see him again for sure. He's a very good player, only 23 years old, and played great in this WPT event here, the Rolling Thunder. But our champion today is Sean Daniels, taking home $218,600, which includes that seat to the championship. And he will be near the lead of our Player of the Year as well on the World Poker Tour. Congratulations. I'd like to thank Jordan Westmoreland, Tyler Patterson.
He almost butchered it again.
I'm Matt Savage. We are over and out from Rolling Thunder. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's been a blast.
Any last words?
No, it's been fun. It was really nice winning that round of golf off you because it went past 5:15. That was nice.
Good stuff.
All right, so from the Rolling Thunder here at Thunder Valley Casino Resort, I'm Matt Savage saying we'll talk to you later.
Mark your calendars for one of the most exciting stops of the year. The WPT Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown, running from March 19th to April 8th at the Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood. With over $10 million in total guarantees, the festival kicks off with a $400 opener featuring a $1 million guarantee before ramping up to our $3,500 WPT Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown Championship from April 4th to 8th, boasting a $3 million guarantee. Last year, Josh Reichart topped a field of 1,869 entries and beat out a stacked final table to take home the title and over $830,000, having his name permanently inscribed on the Mike Sexton WPT Champions Cup. With over 70 events on the schedule, this is a festival you don't want to miss. For the full schedule, visit WPT.com and we'll see you in Hollywood, Florida.